PUBG Mobile version 2.6 will be available soon. Let's check out the new updates in Classic Mode. In this update, we'll be introducing a new full auto mod attachment, which can be used with the M16A4 and MK47. Equip it to get a full auto firing mode. In terms of firearm adjustments, we've also updated the SMG. Now, you retain full movement speed when an SMG is equipped, which allows it to be even more dynamic and flexible in battle. What's more, melee weapons have been unified to just the machete. You're automatically equipped with a machete upon entering a match or respawning. You can also automatically switch to your melee weapon when putting away your firearm. This feature can be enabled or disabled in the settings. Movement speed with a melee weapon will be the same as when unarmed. In the new version, we've made loads of adjustments to vehicle spawns and maps. The monster truck has been added to Erangel, while the UAZ has been added to Sanuk and Myanmar. The Murado open top has also been added to Erangel, Sanuk, and Nusa. Furthermore, when driving a Murado open top, you can now use the button to open and close the roof to enjoy the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Gather your friends and take it out for a spin. You can now purchase the QBZ from supply shops in Livik. At the same time, the AKM has been removed from supply shops. The companion spectating system debuts in the new version. After getting eliminated, you'll enter a spectating mode where you can transform into your companion to spectate your teammates. You can run, jump, swim, and even perform companion emotes to make spectating even more enjoyable. Naturally, when spectating as your companion, you're unable to see enemies nor supplies. If you don't have a companion, or if your companion doesn't support spectating mode, you'll transform into Ray by default to spectate the match. Hurry and give it a try. This time, we've improved the chicken dinner animation. After placing the statue, you and your teammates can celebrate your victory with a victory dance. If a teammate leaves a match on Spawn Island, the team's remaining players can also leave the match without receiving a point or merit penalty, as long as it's before jumping from the plane. After eliminating training bots in the training grounds, you can see the effects of upgraded firearms, such as their elimination broadcasts. We've also added a shooting distance display below the damage display to stationary targets. In this update, vehicles are now supported in creation mode, where it has its own photo and video templates. When using your video templates, you can now configure a list of companion emotes to play. When the camera is rolling, your companion will perform its emotes in the order of the list. When using creation mode in Erangel, during the day or dusk, you can use the new day-night cycle feature. You can control the day and night cycle to freely switch between day, dusk, and night. That's it for the main updates in Classic Mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone. Let's check out the Metro Royale updates in this new version. In this new version, we've added two new attachments. The first is the gun shield, which is compatible with the DP28 and the M249. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when you lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. The other is the full auto mod, which is compatible with the M16A4 and MK47. Once equipped, you can get a full auto firing mode that increases your rate of fire. These attachments can be obtained during the match or purchased from the black market. Try it out yourself. In this update, you'll encounter two new types of PvE enemies in Misty Port's basic and advanced maps, Velociraptors and Pterosaurs. They're both fast and strong. Are you ready to challenge them? In the Metro Royale lobby, you can now see your companion. You can interact with it and have it perform companion emotes. That's a wrap for the main updates in Metro Royale. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
I've heard that the T-Rex is the strongest vehicle in the new version. How so? First, when it comes to traversing the map, the T-Rex is pretty fast. Together with the special dash skill, the T-Rex gets a speed boost and higher top speed. When it runs at full speed, the T-Rex can hit a peak of 120 kilometers per hour. If you encounter a massive obstacle, you can cancel it at any time. Apart from dashing on the ground, the T-Rex can easily cross rivers. It's able to easily traverse different kinds of environments and help the team enter the final play zone. Second, the T-Rex also has an attack skill. It can use Roar on enemies, which causes damage and screen shake to enemies in the vicinity. In a split second, players on the receiving end are knocked down, and your teammates only need to finish them off. If the T-Rex gets attacked during its roar, you can tap the skill button to cancel it before repositioning yourself. When riding a T-Rex, your line of sight is elevated, which increases your chances of finding enemies. Not only that, it's also harder for enemies to shoot at you. How can I get this powerful vehicle? At the start of the match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a Dino settlement. All you need to do is make your way over and destroy the fossil keepsake before the countdown ends to save the T-Rex. However, there'll be tons of enemies who want the T-Rex, so a battle is inevitable. Make use of cover in the settlement to reposition yourself and launch your attacks. Otherwise, you can find the right time to take the driver's seat on the T-Rex and use Roar on the enemies to swiftly take control of the battle. The T-Rex is a mount with 1 rider and 3 passengers, thus supporting an entire squad. So hop on a T-Rex with your teammates and enter the final play zone together. What's the most popular vehicle in the game? The new T-Rex is here. Everyone, make way for it. To obtain this formidable T-Rex, you must keep an eye out for the Dino settlement icon in Erangel and Livik. This is the only place you can get your hands on a T-Rex. Take Erangel as an example. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, a large T-Rex that can be ridden with teammates will spawn randomly in one of the settlements. Not only can the T-Rex help you reach higher places and easily obtain specific supplies, but it can also cross rivers and make it easier for you to enter the play zone. Most importantly, its roar can intimidate and damage enemies. And it becomes unstoppable when cooperating with teammates. If you wish to rescue the T-Rex, all you need to do is destroy the fossil keep's gate of the settlement where the T-Rex spawns. There are loads of supplies piled up in every corner of the Dino settlement. When searching, don't overlook the small tents. Furthermore, you should look out for small packages hanging on the shelves. You'll find weapons and supplies inside after destroying them. However, you should keep in mind that there will certainly be enemies who will come forth to compete for the T-Rex. With the fences all around the settlement, it's easy to get ambushed. Make use of the surrounding cover to counterattack. It's alright if you somehow get eliminated. When you enter the settlement, a respawn card will automatically appear in your backpack. Thus, everyone gets a free chance to return to the battleground. Upon clinching a successful victory, you can ride the T-Rex with your teammates and enjoy the thrill of a whole new perspective. In the vastness of Erangel, there are many primal zones scattered across the map. These are the protected habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. Tame them to ride them as mounts. Sounds enticing, huh? But primal zones aren't a great landing spot. Wild velociraptors and pterosaurs will indiscriminately attack all players. So when you don't have any gear, this makes for a very difficult situation. If by bad luck you end up encountering an enemy, it's very possible that you'll be caught between a ferocious dinosaur and enemy attack. So, the best way to get to a primal zone is to first search for basic weapons and armor in nearby buildings, and then head over when you're fit for battle. If you manage to defeat a velociraptor or pterosaur, you'll be able to tame them. After taming, you'll have access to a brand new mount. Velociraptors have really fast movement speed and are unhindered by many obstacles, meaning they're great for getting around the map. However, only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, so they're not as ideal for teams. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, can take to the skies. They can also grab a teammate to bring them along. Do keep in mind that, even though enemies can also be grabbed, they'll still parachute safely to the ground if you drop them from high up, so you can't directly damage them in this way. Aside from using them to travel and attack, taming these two dinosaurs also lets you play some mini-games. You can play pterosaur hoops and velociraptor jumping. The more points you score, the better the crate supplies will be. What's more, the Primal Zone is home to cute baby raptors. Players can get close and feed them. But keep your distance from adult velociraptors, or you just might get hurt.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The 3 prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a featured tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall Split 2023. My name is Contra. Join with me here is none other than Juju, and we're going to reel you into what's going to be happening here throughout 5 matches of play, as we're going to have exciting chicken dinners.
And speaking of chicken dinners, yesterday we have to agree GE ended up with a very high note, double chicken back-to-back in the last 2 Miramas. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, is standing at #1 spot still. Nonetheless, we also have a record-breaking coming up from Esports, taking the most elimination by a team in one singular map. So it's going to be 18 kills for now, and it was in Erangel, yesterday's first Erangel map. So I'm looking for if there's any team for today will break into the 20th eliminations. I'm like 20 eliminations in one single map. It's huge.
Yeah, and I just love it that each day as we go through at each respective map, we just keep getting higher records, and who knows, by the end of the week, we might actually see somebody out there to be able to take the highest of them all. But of course, first and foremost, formality's sake, let's of course introduce to you what there is currently in PUBG Mobile as we start with the brand new Ultimate set that's coming real soon. That features the Crimson Affiliates for you to claim all the glory.
Yep, a Crimson FELT is which going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it's under Greek mythology, where it's called as Nightmare. So I mean, like, there's a lot of background story about it, but you know, there's going to be a very long story. But we talked about dinosaurs and nightmares. I don't know, would dinosaurs be your nightmares? I think it would be my dream to actually see a real dinosaur one day.
Yeah, so long as it doesn't chase me, I think it's part of my dream as well to actually see a dinosaur in real life. But of course, maybe it won't be happening anytime soon, right? But you can find it in PUBG Mobile for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, but for now in PUBG Mobile, it's already available for you guys. And also, we haven't seen the Ducati skin out so far by the players, but it's going to be Ducati Panigale V4S. With a very high horsepower, and I mean, like, I'm loving this bike. If only PUBG Mobile realized, you know what, why not make it physical one day? That'd be great.
Right. And I know you're a big fan of bikes and you have a few yourself. I'm pretty sure that if you can, you will add that to your collection as well.
Oh, yeah.
But this is what you should also check out, because we got the brand new RPA series that can save all of you guys a lot of UC, because you can get items worth over 48,000 UC. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be at least saving you a lot of money for that Ducati for sure.
Yep, and you got yourself a different bike, not really a Ducati, but this time again, we do have the Dino Ground. You can ride on the dinosaurs as well. If I'm not mistaken, the Velociraptor, what is it called? Yeah, it's gonna be just singular player that can actually ride on them. But when it comes to those T-Rex, you can see those T-Rex can actually have a full squad riding on it. But I do want to know, how many bullets do you need to take out a T-Rex, you know, to shut down the players on top of it?
I really want to try out for myself to see if I could actually take out a T-Rex myself. But of course, if you guys are joining here for today, welcome on board, as we're already approaching the first week on the weekends here, as the teams will be playing within the span of 2 weeks, and each day they'll be playing 5 matches overall, with Group A, B, C, D, E to be playing. And then on week 3, only the top 16 will make it to the grand finals, as they play for a total of 40,000 US dollars.
And not just that, when it comes to the second week, we do have a bit of reshuffle between the groups. So we will be looking forward for end of this week, especially tomorrow, to see who will actually get into the group they wanted and who will fall into the group which they will want to avoid as much as possible. But there's going to be only one slot come out from the wildcard region to get into the PMSL for our fall season. So each region will have one representative coming out from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, even Vietnam. But speaking of how to get there, this is how they will make themselves way up into PMSL. It's going to be based on the weekly bonus point, where the total bonus point based on first week and second week add up, and then it will drag down to the initial bonus point when it comes to the grand finals.
That's right, and so long as the teams maintain their formal position to be safe throughout the course of the 2 weeks of play, they will be able to bring forward all these points to qualify for the finals, and of course, bring it forward later on. So these are the teams that are playing in each respective groups, and like you said, we've already seen magnificent plays coming in from Genesis Esports that have been able to top the leaderboard. And once again, Group D remains to be such a stacked roster of teams that's being there. So I guess certain teams are looking forward for next week's reshuffle as well.
Imagine if they have to stack up with Group D teams. Now that's going to be a headache for most of the teams down there, and especially the teams actually at the bottom. They don't want to stack up with these guys. But speaking of our head-to-head between the players of Master EG coming out from Genesis Esports and also Esports Astro X, I love this comparison. It's just a very different gameplay between two players, but nonetheless, both of them seem to be the pillar of their team.
I absolutely agree. Overall, we see Astro X when he is possibly the few members remaining on his team, he will still be able to find ways to actually clutch a situation. And Master EG, alongside with the rest of G yesterday, have got staggering points by winning 2 chicken dinners back-to-back back in Myanmar, and that tallies up to a total of 3 chicken dinners as they sit pretty on the top of the podium with 132 points.
And speaking of 132 points, that gap will require more than one map to actually fill in. We're talking about YG, the closest to catch up here. But I'm looking forward today for Osja Esports and FOD to catch up to get themselves the 100 mark up there. But coming up from 6th place down to the 10th place, I think there's still quite a gap. They might need more than a couple of maps, but they really need to push all cylinders out for today. But for the second page is what we're concerned of. Right now, it didn't go so well for the Singaporean teams.
I absolutely agree, and I guess like this is just week 1, and hopefully by the time into week 2, they will be able to stack up even more points to ensure their safety net to qualify to the grand finals, which they will be able to fight for the 5-point spot to the PMSL. But for now, looks to me that Vipers is in a pretty safe position with 59 points alongside with GameLab, whereas here we go again, comes in with high fragging numbers, so they can still basically contest to stay afloat in the competition. Well, first, we'll take you through some of the highlights of yesterday's run, where we see a plenty of action coming in from Genesis Esports.
Now, speaking of GE, right? You remember how fortunate they were when it comes to both the wrangled maps being saved by so many teams in the nick of time. And when it comes to Miramar, I don't think that's lucky. It's just super good when it comes to organizing and communicating between the teams and how much they have their discipline with them when they are actually playing in the center of the map. But it's very different if they compare with Osja Esports. What they're trying to achieve here, coming from Osja Esports, just aiming for those elimination, that's it. Nothing more.
Yeah. And overall, that has worked out for them back in Erangel, for them to secure that chicken dinner with a huge number of points, over 20 points for that very round. But we're going to start in Sanhok this time around without the presence of Group B. So how do you think teams will actually fare on this very first match of the weekend?
I mean, without Group B, won't be changing so much when it comes to those dynamics, because a lot of heavy hitters are actually in Group D. So if there's no Group D, we can see all the teams start to really try to take the opportunity to get as much frag as possible. But back to Sanhok performance, this is going to be the only map that we're going to play once per day, right? So the teams that cannot perform in maps such as Miramar and Erangel, this is where they want to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's right. And overall, I guess like this being Anchor PUBG's best map, potentially, we have yet to actually see all too much from yesterday's Sanhok coming in from APG, and perhaps today they will be able to try up again. Whereas on Osja Esports, yesterday's run seemed to see them really bring the heat onto a much later state, as a lot of all these teams are currently remaining on a consistent form of record when we compare first Osja, Falcon, as well as Enigma, with the amount of points that they can basically accrue in the span of the round in Sanhok.
Now, speaking of Osja Esports, I think they are the only team that kind of performed across all maps brilliantly if you compare with maybe GE. Yeah, GE, we do see some of their highlights when it comes to Wrangle, but when it comes to Sanhok, it feels like they don't have that much presence compared to Osja Esports. YG, on the other hand, surprisingly, even though they are not having those flashy plays compared to Osja Esports, like how they were taking the domination over the kill feed yesterday, YG still maintain consistency across all maps.
I absolutely agree, and overall, YG is the team with that wealth of experience as well as capital to really carry it through. But of course, it's time for us to go in for predictions to see, what are the teams that we're hoping to get that top 4 position or even the chicken dinner. Let's start with you. You got GE, Five of Danger, as well as West Point Mamba. So tell me the stories.
I mean, today will be the most map will be played by Group D, so I'm just gonna go all out Group D here today. GE, FOD, and West Point Mountain. We do know these are the high frag teams, and they balance out when it comes to their positioning equally almost in every single map. But Enigma, I didn't put them in because of the reason, so far I don't see them pushing more like how they did in the first couple of days. And it seems like today was not their day. But FOD definitely yesterday was an unfortunate day for them. Like entire day was just really rough.
Yeah, and hopefully today they get to bounce back from all that form of dismal run. And of course, for myself here, I have HWG, I got Anchor PUBG as well as Game Lab. I think each of it has very good reasons as to why I choose these teams. Anchor PUBG based on stats, and then you have Game Labs who have won the chicken dinner yesterday. And for here we go again, I think like they've been climbing up and up from yesterday's performance, and I want to see them secure a chicken dinner for today. If it's not this round, maybe in the rounds right after. So don't point fingers at me for now, because it's time for us to just witness what's gonna go down, because I'm no prophet and I'm just hoping to see a great massive game coming from all these teams.
I don't want to break the news to you, Control, but the one that you predicted yesterday is just really the one that actually gonna be the soonest. As they saw the prediction, they can go back to the lobby. I hope that's not the case here, because we're heading to our 4th day of Sunhawk.
Once again, thank you for joining us over the span of the weekend here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall Split. And, well, as much as I botched my predictions yesterday for both first round, I think, like, I've gotten pretty good hitting to later stages of the round. But
you didn't botch it. I think it's the prediction who will go down first. It's still a prediction, right? I mean, like, you aim. Not really. I mean, like, that's great calculation if you actually put that kind of perspective. Like, I predict these teams would go down first, and you got it right, maybe.
I hope today these teams that I voted for, they don't go out all too early, but we are already seeing a little bit of that altercation going on where I do believe this is going to be in Hatin, and that is PBE versus CFU. So I wonder if they're going to be able to settle the score, because I'm looking at CFU. They kind of split with one member over onto the Shacks over the south side of the island, and there's going to be members of Vipers that's going to be around as well. And over on the south side of the map, there's plenty of teams that's going to be playing across that vicinity. So action all around. Sanhok is going to be ultra rapid fire.
I agree. When it comes to wildcard, who would have thought they will be the most aggressive in Sanhok map compared to all the other regions, where we do have the game and Sanhok a bit slow, but when it comes to the wildcard, they just love going crazy in this map. And speaking of which, I'm surprised as well that Bootcamp is not occupied by more than one team. So far, it's taken by the side of Enigma, but nearby is going to be GE on top of Paradise Resort, which will have their next contender, if I'm not mistaken, coming out from the northern side of Paradise Resort was GE Lab. But we do have first contact here, an open fire by the side of CFU Gaming, like you mentioned, around half teen, and they are very too close to share this certain compound. But on the side of CFU, they're quite separated still.
Yeah, it's only Aaron that's going to be on these form of shacks that he's hiding at, and Speed is trying to look out for him as well. So Vipers with 2-2 split. Meanwhile, Aaron is the only ranger here that's going to be hunting out, and I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to get all too much done, though. Like you said, the rest of the members being in Hatin means that he needs to be extra careful, and I would say the same about YG, because they just lost a member to GE, so looks like the spree have never stopped from yesterday for GE.
Yeah, they are just taking yesterday momentum to make it into a play for today. And for the side of PBE, I hope the momentum from yesterday, they will actually bring it today as well. Yesterday was great for PBE. Arguably one of their best performance day when it comes to last season and this season. I have to say that this season, I do see they start to make things better, even though they don't have the normal dynamic they used to in the last season. But speaking of which, I mean, like, I do see you guys spamming the chat as well. And we do have Vizat as our friend saying hi to you. I mean, like, we do have delayed chat. Coming up from CFU, they do have 1 elimination, which is going to be Aaron. Now, Aaron is always the one that is so pivotal in the side of CFU gaming. Is either he's the one to open fire first, or he will be the last one to survive.
Yeah, and now that they already have him dropped out, there's not going to be any chance that CFU could even bother to actually leave this vicinity because they have a battle upcoming from the top side of the building. The rest of PBE hunting out. But they got to look out for Zen because he's hiding by the very corner of the room. There's already grenades being primed right in, damage being done towards Ryman, but it's not going to drop him just yet. For now, since it's so early in the game, I guess first aid kits aren't aplenty in some of all these areas of play, but it's PBE that will have first-hand advantage here. Damage being done, bomb point being tagged out, and here comes the rest of CFU charging in. Zen's already knocked out.
It's not done. That DBS sounded so scary and spooky. It's PBE winning over CFU as a first start, and they scored themselves a huge number of 3 eliminations, one being knocked down early on, but lucky enough on top of Hartin, it's only going to be them for now. So far, nobody close by, and lucky enough, they managed to get away from this, and not just that, got 3 as a start for the first map of the day. They definitely want to go for the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely solid work coming here from PBE with such precise strikes all together. And that fight, I thought it could have actually lasted a little bit longer for the side of CFU. And it didn't seem like they have the numbers to begin with after losing Aaron. And I guess this is just an early exit for them, which they would have to play better on these bigger maps later on. Of course, we do have Ravenwood getting their safe haven inside of Kampong. Whereas Austria continues on to control the central area of play. But keep in mind that there's even more teams nowadays that will be playing around the center as well. We had the glimpse of FV, and I believe there was another team that also bypasses the section. But for now, Austria remains to be absolutely safe.
In the case of CFU, I hope this is not the case for them, where they are relying too much on one particular player to do so many plays by himself. That's going to be Aaron mostly. The others, not so much. I do want to see they start to pulling off their weight as well. Maybe they're just kind of a bit awkward and maybe taken by surprise as a start, because feels like a lot of teams start to mark their own territory and have those respective men against all the other teams, not crossing those lines, and everybody just going to do their own business and not going to interfere with other teams except for CFU in that case. But it's been a quiet start compared to over the past 3 days in Sunhawk.
Yeah, and usually we'll only get pretty rowdy from stage 3 onwards, where everybody gets into battle. Meanwhile, we have a solid start coming in from FOD, getting a knock upon a member of West Point Mamba, I do believe, as they are playing onto the heels of Ban. That grenade's going to be chipping down the health bars of Mix. Doesn't seem like the rest of WPM is going to be around to actually fend off against these 2 members.
FOD taking West Point Mamba. A must. Even the bike can get smoke up. That's a rare sight, really, because usually we get to see the bike exploded because of how how fragile it is compared to all the other vehicles out there. But well, West Point Mamba losing Mix as a start is detrimental for them, because what I see from West Point Mamba, they need all 4 players to make the play. They are very relying on each other. And they are the team that's really organized when it comes to trying to go for the rush. It's so hard for us to see one player separated from the others. But this case, maybe sometimes that's going to be done by Federalis, and that's it. The others, they prefer to stay and, you know, clustered up together to make the plays. But the circle shifted again. We might actually ended up in between Paradise Resort and Camp Bravo here. There's a high chance we might ended up there. But looking around bomb, we do have a YG already taking themselves in that spot. I'm not sure if they want to stay there for a bit, because they can. We might actually have the circle to shift a bit downward after this. And Bon is one of those places that's really favored by the circle.
Yeah, and I guess like the problem about Ban is that there's not too many covers as well, where all these teams will have to rely on all these terrains to make it work. And going back to your point as well, now that West Point Mamba have lost one, it definitely does affect them. And based on the track record, they don't really have the same type of performance as they do versus all these bigger maps that they've played out. And I guess like with one man down, they just got to make do with what they have. And right now, they're moving into the crossroads of fork between FOD as well as Ravenwood. Not that they've been able to spot each other just yet, but with all those roaring engines, I think like FOD have a hunch of where West Point Mamba is currently at.
I just hope FOD don't make the same mistake like they did yesterday when they a bit too segregated between themselves and being picked up by by so many different teams one at a time. So we do see Joseph. Never mind, I spoke too early now. Oh man, feels bad.
Looks like we don't see him anymore if that's the
no.
case, because he's being knocked down as well.
And that's GE taking away that elimination points. Is not enough. They're taking number one. They're taking for more against all the other players out there. And GE feels like Joseph, the one that actually separate himself from the rest of the team. But surprisingly, the others are not responding to it as well. They're just gonna stay and just stay at the sideline for a bit to see what's going on around them. While G-Lab, I thought we had a bit of skirmish by PBE before, and feels like PBE might actually rush into G-Lab's compound.
Yeah, it seems like a three-way battle coming into the north sector, where we have PBE with two members being taken out by the members of Game Labs, and they are just making it rain. Dragon having tax being sent on towards the SEA, and he will have to sprint further into the vicinities of the village. Scotty does actually get the kill secured upon Cool, I do believe. And Troll, I don't think he's going to get out of that alive because Ryman is so far away. He doesn't have a vehicle of his own. So, yeah, things didn't really start off too well for PvP, despite them actually securing 4 elimination points already to begin the round, Osano.
Oh, and the worst part, he only got himself one first aid to work around it. Even though he got quite a number of bullets. Over 300 in that M416 and a DBS to work around. Even a 4-time scope. But you cannot put that in play if you're not securing yourself a better spot to take covers with. Taking the blue zone, eating it up, but at least it's still the second stage, but he needs to get out from here. Coming back to his TGOA, they have been really great yesterday, coming up and just keep on having those consistency in the past yesterday's match, and they keep going for more. Vipers on the other hand being choked in the hands of TGOE after 3 of them knocked down, leaving only 1 player behind, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, and 1 still bleeding out. Well, the circle did actually drag back downwards towards the southern side. You do have it between Bond and Progress Resort intersection there.
Yeah, and we're seeing so many teams already have made their way into the area of play. Whereas for Vipers, they're going to struggle with this Lone Ranger here with Rain just hiding by the shack. Not that he's going to be able to deal with the rest of TGOA. Sort of the same scenario for PBE to actually begin the round, but each respective teams that actually start off with heavy commitments will not actually get the better end of the stake. As we can see, they've already lost 3 members out there. CFU was contesting inside of the cities of Hatin, and look what that actually brought them. So it is going to be relatively difficult because Vipers relying on Rain with only 1 first aid kit as well. I'm not fancying his chances here.
On side of GE, they keep on gunning people down, keep on picking off all the other teams that losing their 1 member one at a time. Inside of Vipers and PBE, it's all about timing and who goes down first, because both of them having to be sharing the same boat. But back to the side of G-Lat, they'll be rushed by GE. Look at West cooking up the nade, toss across those streets, and Dragon trying to just make sure they got covered by the smoke long enough to reposition themselves. On the side of Sin, they want to take advantage of what's happening across them. G-Lat being compressed 2 ways here.
Oh boy, such a bad place to be for Game Labs, as the rest of the members of Sin, they are happy to steal some of these numbers away, but all these smokes are really blocking all the sight of these members here. GE still cooking another nade here. West Carry hoping to burn them up alive. It's really down to Dragon right now for the rest of Game Labs, and the push is imminent.
Waiting for the inevitable for Dragon right now. 4 against 1. That's a wrap around coming from GE. They're just coming in too strong for GE Lab. That's going to be last person bowing out, placing themselves 15. But we do know Sin is very nearby. So I do want to see how GE reacts to this. Do they have enough, based on their resources invested toward the side of a GE Lab previously? Do they still have enough to flush out Sin from their vicinity? Or will Sin actually take action first?
Yeah, it seems like they will have to hug really tight for the time being, as we also saw the rest of GE have already gotten some extra stocks out of the team that they've been preying on. And overall, it is not really the best position if they don't really have smoke grenades to actually push forward as well. So Sin, they're happy where they're at, and they're just going to wait for other opportunities to come by. HWG, though, having one member outside of the play zone here, being gatekept, and there we go. HWG pushes forward with the vehicle, but will drop to his death. If that's the case, then we'll have to see what could they possibly bring up with one member lurking from the back, slowly moving in as well. And from afar, there's Asya that could still pick them off from long range.
I'm gonna say it out loud. That's 2 of your teams that's out right now. APG and also G Lab. Now left with HWG. I'm in like, oh man. Be careful for today's prediction. But back to the side of Osja Esports. YG cannot be comfortable right now. Hopefully Contra will not vote for YG next. Because right now they might be rushed in by Osja Esports.
Yeah, it might just be the case. You know what, Choo-Choo? Like, maybe next round I shouldn't make any predictions at all, but it's going to be West Point Mamba next. So it looks like, even for yourself, you have also gotten one of the teams right in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're probably sharing the same vibe. Sorry, teams and sorry, fans out there. Bear with us for a bit more longer, okay? Enigma taking on Sen across the map. But Osja, they will not willing to take this challenge up yet. They are climbing down, repositioning themselves to just get to know who's actually around the slopes of the hill, because they cannot see the flankers. They need to shut down on the flankers and close enough. One bullet away to shut them off. But Alpha reacts faster. He got caught on Sin, but at the same time, Enigma happened to be butting into this business as well. We're going to have 4-way war here.
Yeah, and this is not really going to be an advantageous position for the rest of HWG, trying to push up the hill with the rest of Asya members out there, and Romeo being the lurker in between these 2 battles. It is going to be pretty detrimental to Skynin if he isn't going to spot out a member of Yangon Galacticus, but Murnat Boy, he's just going to be waiting along the lines, and he's already spotted out Mewtwo hugging by the corners of the rock in a hard place, and Mewtwo doesn't even have enough meds to actually heal himself up. The rest of HWG will leave him be, and they will only have to play with those 2 members alive.
The worst part, the clock's ticking. Less than 15 seconds away, and these guys have to force themselves, brute force into YG's compound, because they have to take this team down in order to get themselves into the circle. The players don't even finish them off one by one without fighting. Now, this is time whether you go in for the fight or you're done. That's it. On the side of Osja Esports, they realize, you know what, we don't want to sit this quietly anymore. We want to fight ourselves in. At least we get something out of this. But for YG, they're not willing to give away this compound just yet. Except for Manat. Maybe he will have to force to be the front line. But the rest of the team is not giving any support from the back line. As Astro and the rest of Osja Esports now slowly taking them off one by one, including Romeo Boy now, who already got himself a DBS to prepare himself for the fight. But Andrew a bit too late to give the extra support from the back line.
Yeah, and just look at how well Asya plays from the outskirts again, inbound into the circle. Now, with only Andrew left, that isn't going to be too much of a problem, but I don't think that all too much can be done here when Art is also on the foothills, pushing upwards. The trades are going through. Skynet as well as Astro X, they're working in tandem to take down Diddy, and that's even more points coming into the back for Asya.
For Scry, he's hoping for Astro X to pick him up. while the side of Skynet keep the pressure on, and that's going to be the last play. Finish off the blue zone as well, helping on that side of AV. Still remains with Royale. He's going to be the last play for AV and PX for now. Try to spot on towards the players of Esports. We do have crazy kill feed going on. GE split into 2-2 formation. While TGO being eliminated at 11 plays, the others still trying to keep alive. But AV will follow pursuit next, and they place themselves. Even YG is just a bit earlier than AV to go down.
My, it's just all these fights going across the field here is just giving so much more of the reward for the rest of Asia, but there's still more fights for them to take as well. You still have Nana X from FOD that will be keeping watch as they have already spotted out Astro X, and speaking of which, Nang lands the shot. Astro is going to be down. Yahiko is trying to find ways to actually pin them down, and that's all that Asia could possibly succumb to because there's just too much fights that they're taking.
Side of GE, they are taking the reign over there, dominating over this map with 7 eliminations now. Even take the intersection in between where Sin is just across them. But surprisingly, they have been going on stalemate for the longest time between Sin and GE. That's self-restraint, disciplined players, knowing for the fact, you know what, we don't need to force this fight too early because there might be another team taking advantage of this. But another thing that surprises me this time, I'm loving what Hyena Ravenwood showcased to us today. They just trying to survive longer than they used to. Yes, avoiding fight has been the way they've been playing the past few days, but this time it works wonderfully well for them because all they need to do is just keep this consistency of being alive, and you know what, eliminations will come along as long as they manage to get themselves in the top 5.
True enough, and they're also having a great position up the hills as well, so they will remain to be safe for the time being. Not so much for Enigma, though. They have to make their run in. They got less than a minute to do so as well, so they got to start priming those smoke grenades to cover a little bit more of their trail, because GE's looking absolutely hot, and Master Ichi immediately spotted Spooky.
Spooky, on the other hand, do they have enough time? I don't think they do. This is stage 6. They are sacrificing themselves here, Caps. There's no way to do this. Now he needs to play the healing game because he spent too much time to revive and pick his mate up. And now he's in the same boat. Oh boy, when you actually value friendship, but that friendship will drag you down along with it, this is where you want to say goodbye to your teammate.
Oh boy, that's such a great anecdote, right? Like of how things actually go. But after one bad situation to end, another, Caps is just left fending for his own. Only 2 more first aids though, so this isn't gonna cut it. Oh, Caps, he's got to do something right now. Can he find anybody?
He's just cutting it short. There's no way he can survive this. There's nobody nearby as well. And there's no team going down as early as he can. Now, Caps definitely... he managed to get on easy. But that's a knockdown. I'm not sure you can actually get that translated to 1 point. But I think we have to just settle it out at 6th place with no elimination in the last minute. On the side of Sin, now they start to fight against GE. And GE, who's the one rushing in. Small with a big nade as an entry. Why not? Now the rest of Masaichi, Zai got shot from afar as well. Ravenwood spot them out. But Sin barely make it alive. Hugging around the corners. Trying to push themselves with those boosters. By the meantime, the Blues are squeezing their life out of this place. They need to get out, but they're burning out alive. For GE, they have to build Master Ichi. Working as a duo, this is their best case to work around this scenario.
Another top 3 ending for GE that have remained consistent from yesterday's run, but GE, they came in so explosive. They lost 2 out of that. Now they're not really in the best spot as Nang comes in with the flank. 5 of danger have bounced back from the run of yesterday's dismal run and now fighting for that chicken dinner against Ravenwood as well. So let's see if Ravenwood can actually pull up an upset. All of them rolling on the ground. FOD pushing up. The rest of Ravenwood here may not have spotted up just yet, but with the right moves, so long as they complete 1 member out there, they should be able to fend off against the rest of FOD.
This is going to be a great Cinderella story if Hyena Ravenwood can wrap things up and secure this chicken for themselves. This is what they really in the need of it. They need the push. They need the positive After all these 4 days of tournament, they has been in rock bottom. This is the time they do have the opportunity to secure a chicken, but GE West is one of the top fraggers coming up from the GE side. And on the side of FOD, we do still have one of the best MVP, John, still alive, while players are slowly chipping out the life of Raven players. Now GE start to take advantage of it, trying to be the third party coming in, while FOD is not aware his position. West, if it actually stands up, he can now knock people down and might actually secure the chicken for himself.
Oh my goodness, it's coming so close. Zapple fending off for himself, and now here comes West Carry looking for John. He's hiding right behind a tree, and he's
jump shot!
Jump shot's coming in. DBS not landing, but it will land the final blow. FOD still secures the chicken dinner. What an ending that was, Choo Choo.
So close.
What an ending.
So close. He almost made it to the best highlight coming up from West, but like I mentioned before, FOD, they still have John. That's going to be last season MVP still in play. And not just that, they still have 3 players. And the way he reacts with jumping shot coming up from West just now, you have to give it to FOD. How he actually make up his mind in such short amount of time. But you know what, Contra? My cut is not as bad as yours. Yes, one team was kind of early out. But GE and FOD, I mean, like, I got my top 2 predictions right.
Yeah, I'm the total opposite, right? But Five of Danger, they are finally back to, and they are in the lead, in the chase, once again to fend off against GE. And both of them have ended this round inside of Sanok with high-flying colors. And we got to take a look, and they have John to thank for, look at that, 6 eliminations, 795 damage being done. That's just telling you that he is absolutely precise for today.
He don't waste his time and effort for fights that's not secured for those points. So John, like I mentioned, this guy is just arguably one of the best players in Wildcard, but sadly we didn't get to see them in the PMSL. Now I feel like I want to see FOD, how will they fare when it comes to PMSL, but GE is still super strong. They're so consistent. Regarding yesterday's performance, dragging down to even day number 4, the momentum is still there. It feels like they are dominating this entire league in week number 1 for now. And we talked about them being the kings of Myanmar. It feels like they might actually one day just take over even Sunhawk here.
Yeah, I just love the mentality that they have where they are adapting to this form of aggressive playstyle and still defend pounds all too well. We started off so explosive with PBE securing some frags against CFU, and then after that, Asya takes control over the midpoint where we see teams like Yangon Galacticos as well as HWG didn't really make the cut because of how well Asya usually plays from the outskirts.
Oh yeah, speaking of outskirts, a lot of teams actually being finished off by the play zone instead. So I'm not sure if it's going to be the map that you want to play alongside with the blue zone, because we saw how many players got knocked down and so many teammates want to help to pick them up, but they caught themselves in the same trap. But this is West jumping, but John, the way he reacts to that, so calm, so composed and cool-headed guy. Easily just wait for the right time, use the best of the only structure in between that rock. But coming up from their eliminations, pretty much FOD dominate overall here with 12 eliminations, even got themselves that chicken. But GE, they did not stop shooting. They were grinding themselves into the center of a circle since the start after they dropped themselves from those flights.
Yeah, and Five of Danger, after this huge recovery, I believe they ended up with the day 3 performance around the 4th or 5th spot. So 22 points will be able to chase up against those that are positioned within 2 as well as 3. But with GE getting 16 points right here, I believe they will still be on the top of the hill for the time being. But just look at how strong of a start this is for PBE. They secured 9 points in particular. So we still see this team climbing upwards. And as a matter of fact, FOD now, after 3 chicken dinners, tying the same numbers of chicken dinner with GE, they are now positioned on 2nd.
It's just so hard for the other teams to catch up to GE due to the consistency. And the best part about GE is that even though, you know, you get to see them maybe in the top 3 sometimes, and left with only 1 player to survive during that time, they still secured so many when it comes to numbers of those eliminations. They barely go empty-handed. It just shows how different level of thinking come out from GE. Their confidence level and the caliber of play is just flawless for now. Even though AfroD secured that chicken, we're not taking it away. They do have triple chicken. Same goes for the side of GE here. But if you compare with those elimination points, that's half of what GE managed to eliminate across the map. AfroD is just
so
half
scary.
of that numbers.
Yeah, like now that you make that comparison, I can't unsee that. Then there's just so much more work to be done here for some teams to actually match that form of tempo that they have. But on the second pager here, we're looking at PBE thriving. Remember that they were near the bottom when we started off on day 2, and now hitting into day 4, they're already on 11th spot. So great going for them. HWG, despite them only getting minimal points to end the round inside of Sanok, they are still moving forward, especially without the presence of Vipers or so. And Game Labs, they bowed very early in this matchup, whereas some of all these other teams have not really had position change from 15th to 20th.
But at least I see the better version of Hyena Ravenwood today. I just hope they take one step at a time, like one foot in front of the other. Just this very minor improvement at a time can actually bring them such a long way. Starting off with their survival, right? Staying as a 4, not too separated, having those communication, keep it going to just get themselves in a safe spot first. Then maybe in the next week we get to see them being a bit more aggressive. But they were one of the teams just that can actually close up with the chicken dinner. They did have the number, they have 3 players, but it's just their placement and position was a bit awkward because of the hill in between them, that curvature of the terrain itself, making sure that they cannot see the other side of the hill. That's what's stopping them from that chicken dinner just now. But going back into Erangel after this, we do know for a fact that Erangel, it's very strong for the teams that's already up here. And these teams mostly come out from Group D, nonetheless. And not just that, it feels like APG at the same time being pushed out from this kind of the chart here. We're talking about APG coming up very strong in day number 1, and then that's just it.
Yeah, and overall, it's been a no-show back in day 2, or should I say day 3, and today they gotta solely pick up the slack. Maybe in Zadok, they are starting to get a lot more uncomfortable with teams getting more aggressive, but in Erangel, it gets even tougher, right? Because these are basically Group D teams once again striving to really stay afloat on to the first page here. And of course, we got Asya, who has been absolutely phenomenal in this map with yesterday's run inside Erangel. So these definitely are the teams to look out for this time around, heading into our second match of the day. We will not have Group C participating this time around, so I guess for the time being we can basically not worry about YG to be climbing up the board.
Same goes for Sin, who happen to be in Group C as well, but we don't have CFU Gaming and Hyena Ravenwood, which is something that they needed. I think it's something detrimental for the fact that Hyena Ravenwood, the moment they start to get their tempo, the moment they start to get their momentum, and they have to put on a break for a bit, I'm not sure how they will cope in the next Erangel. But coming into this Erangel, this is going to be very interesting because of how we do know for a fact a lot of teams having eyes set to a side of GE. They need to shut this team down because they literally dominating the entirety of this PMPL Wildcard season.
Yeah, and this is still week 1. I guess like certain teams are not too worried if they were to be around, say, 6th to 10th position if they were to end this weekend overall, because next week it's gonna be a reshuffle. But you know, I reshuffled my predictions after you know, bad performance on my part. At this time, I'm going for safer options as well. We got GE on board for both ends. For me, I got Falcon as well as KE that will be joining on board.
But break it down for us. Why are you putting up Falcon and KE this time? We do know why GE is up there. It's kind of obvious. But for Falcon and KE, what's the main reason, especially Falcon?
I'm looking at these two teams who have very high fragging potential. And yesterday, I saw that Falcon has been able to at least reach a top 5 scenario for their own, but not really having enough members to do the cleanup to end the round. So I'm hoping to see more of them, and same goes to the side of KE, where I see KE to have huge margins of success if they can survive into the late game, but most often than not, they get into battle too early and then they lose too much, and then they just couldn't really fight it out into the midpoint onward. So long as they find solutions into some of their troubles, I believe this team can go really far.
But that's the thing, you talked about margin before, and we can see it's quite obvious if you compare GE, that's going to be the standard for this season. They are the, standard part that you want to match up with if you happen to be the other teams. There's sort of a factor they have that nobody else has have, that no other teams that actually can catch up to them. It feels like they're a different tier right now since they played in the last PMSL. And if you try to put head-to-head between GE as a whole, same goes for YG and OG. Okay, I think the closest one we can actually make a comparison against GE right now is going to be OG Esports, right? They
Absolutely
do have
agree.
the firepower, but it's just sometimes when it comes to the rotations, and we can see it's a bit lackluster when it comes to their approach into certain fights and trying to shut down certain compound, where things get a bit messy there.
Yeah, I definitely think that that there is definitely strength in these two teams on the way that they actually approach fights and how they've been able to really manage themselves really well. So when these two actually lock horn, firepower-wise, I actually prefer Asia on what they actually offer, but coordination, I think GE is possibly the most perfect team to really got all of things under control. So that form of fight, if we actually do get a chance to witness, will definitely be quite the spectacle heading into some of all these maps that's coming our way. So I'm absolutely excited to see what really happens here in Erangel, and why I'm most voting for teams that are not currently in the top 5 in particular is because I want to see them stand a chance to actually do more moving into the grand finals at least.
I did that yesterday, it didn't work out for me, so I'm just gonna go for the mainstream team. I'm sorry guys, it is what it is. It's just, we can see such a difference if we compare up to the 6th place and the rest of all the other teams down there. These guys, yeah, we talked about they might, because one of the biggest reasons, because they are a legacy, right? These are the teams that have been since the birth of PUBG Mobile and esports itself. But what's surprising is how GE managed to expand their growth from last time we saw them in the league. Back then it was West Point Mamba usually dominate over the first week performance, and GE barely catching up or even barely trying to get into the top 3 during the league stage itself, and they really perform in the grand finals. But after PMSL happened, that exposure, I think that's a wake-up call for GE to realize, you know what, we still have a huge gap between the wildcard and the rest of South Asia region. So they do know that. I feel like they're putting everything they learned for the past few months after that PMSL into practice, starting with this wildcard, just to see how much they've gone through and how much they grow from last season to this season. And maybe I feel like they have a big shot to get into PMSL, really.
Yeah, I absolutely would agree on this form of sentiment. Remember back in the days when it's still known as PMCO wildcards, where it was such a difficult format where you just have to play one weekend of games, which only gives them so little chances. And now we start to really see how well do teams actually perform when they actually play a span of 2 weeks or 3 weeks per se, so that we are actually getting the best of the best of Southeast Asia to contend later on in PMSL. So GE, they already got that formula going for them, and currently, just looking from their track record of the tournaments that they've been playing throughout the year, they've landed so many #1 titles where, you know, back in the days, it was all about the Yangon Galacticos dynasty, and this seems to be that perfect year for GE to really put up quite the storm to really rain on everybody else's parade.
Yeah, now you make me remember Golden Cats as well. I miss them. I mean, like, it has been such a very long. If I have a child now, they're probably gonna be in. They probably already is a toddler, because that's just how long we've been into PUBG Mobile, right? And it has been great days back then, but it's a different era these days, and you have to cope as fast and adapt as fast as you can, because we do see if you're not into DBS, if you're not into the vehicle strat, you're going to be left behind, because this is what they have been playing for the past few days. It's all about the DBS, it's all about getting those loot first. And I saw one thing that, you know, GE, the way they play, if they get themselves the center, they don't want to give away the positions. They definitely, there will be a lot of teams down there, know for a fact there will be somebody there, but they're not easily giving away those information about where are they or how many people are there in that particular compound. All they need is just they defend it as long as they can, throwing some couple of nades down there just to keep the pressure on, not give you sort of a warning shot just to not cross that barrier. But you know, they barely actually move too much unless they're not really in the center, because you start to see just now GE, when the first circle happens to be there, they were nowhere near there. But the way they grind themselves, they brute force themselves into the center, and once they got themselves the compound they want to work with, they waited. And that's self-restraint for a player. Usually young players really have difficulty to cope with. This team really have that discipline going on.
Yeah, I definitely see the same form of pattern that you've actually brought up as well. From what I can notice out of a team like GE, what they do inside of each respective game is this, where sure, there's so many ways to play PUBG Mobile, but when you are playing competitively, you gotta identify problems and solve them on the spot, right? And GE, the first problem that they will tackle is positioning. They will go ahead, book that one spot, and never let go. So that is one problem settled. And then if you have to move, that's a problem for later. But when you have the great prediction of where stage 5 at least is going to be, you could basically hold on to that same area, and all the other teams are having battles of their own elsewhere. It doesn't really concern them, right? Like, all they have to do, fight for that chicken dinner later on. And I think this concept itself sounds so easy, but other teams are finding it really hard to also implement this. So I'm pretty sure that there's a few secret sauce coming in from GE that have given them a great prediction of how to basically move around the map, and also going in with this level of high tier gunfights that they're actually giving us overall in the span of those rounds. So yeah, GE, absolutely magnificent. And I think like Asja just needs like maybe 2 steps to get there.
Yeah, I think the one that's actually just lacking in the factor of Osja Esports is just those coordination, really. Because when it comes to firepower, we all agree, I think maybe at least 2 of us agree that they're really strong when it comes to firepower. They love to brute force themselves into any sort of fight. That's the difference between Osja Esports and you compare with GE. Osja Esports have the mindset that we want to go for eliminations. We don't really want to go for the center or whatever. We just go and, you know, hit our head into whichever team that we happen to be bomb into. But coming out on GE, the way they play right now, it reminds me so much of the Chinese teams, like Nova or 4AM back in the days, right? They play exactly like this.
Yeah, and I think like they've definitely cracked the code already, and this really goes to show that this team does their homework really well, other than just practicing in scrims. And I think by watching a lot of all these matches, you just get a better understanding of how to really maneuver around all these competitive plays. So with that said, first, there are all the other teams that will be competing against GE. Let's see how they fare. We're finally moving right in for our Saturday evening Arrogant.
I do want to see if GE can have a back-to-back chicken in Wrangle just for the sake of taking the king of the Wrangle next, after they did such a glorious run yesterday as the kings of Myanmar. And it's just unshakable where they stand. It's just so solid. They're taking that #1 spot with a gap in between over 30 points between them and number 2 and 3. And it's just all they need to do is just, you know what, we just get into the center of the circle, stay alive, make sure we got a couple of frags here and there when we have the opportunity, and that's all they need to maintain for the rest of the entire week 1.
Yeah, and overall, they could just basically keep up the same form of pace heading into week 2 and just basically qualify for the grand finals already. They don't really have too much of concern going on so long as they just maintain a certain threshold with every round to play. Now, that also begs another question, right? Like FOD, they have so many successes on the early span of day 1 as well as day 2, and then on day 3, they didn't show up at all. They just get obliterated everywhere they go. And this time inside of Sanok, they finally got themselves a chicken dinner that they desired. What are the chances here for this team instead to get double chicken dinner?
I feel like the chances are high for them, really. Still, it's all down to the players' mood. Sometimes they don't really have the mood. After we interviewed a couple of coaches back then, and back in PMSR even, there are days, it's not, no matter how much you try hard to play the best version of yourself, there are days it's just you're not into it. It's just those days where you're having those slump days. And hopefully that's not the case for the side of FOD. But GE, look at the gap between the first and second place. This is just huge. All they need to do is just maintain. If they can score 20 points this week, they definitely get into the grand finals, right? Because we only have 2 weeks of the league itself. And then whoever's not, it will be 4 teams relegated. The one that have to really grind it up is going to be the one that actually at the very bottom. It's going to be what? Hyena, Ravenwood, even PB is not that safe either, but they are in the middle bracket right now. Like the Bros, Team Bros, our own Bros, HWG even. I want to see more of these teams. Surprisingly, Magna, I'm slightly disappointed coming up their fourth day of performance here, because when it comes to making an entrance, they made it a grand entrance in the first 2 days, and then they start to slow down when it comes to their proactiveness. They don't really go as aggressive as they did compared to the first 2 days in the PMPL.
And I do see that they tend to struggle a little bit more when it comes down to team fights. I guess from firepower wise, they do kind of have individual skills that can actually match up, but I want to see a little bit more coordinated strikes coming in from Magna SG in total, because currently sitting at 13th spot, this team could still have what it takes to be on the safety net, right? Like, you don't want to be hanging around the borderlines of 16 in the total leaderboards, and so long as they maintain a certain threshold of getting, say, maybe 5 points per round, that is more than sufficient. But it has been a struggle for them on the decisions where they make rotations as well. So most often than not, they are caught midway off of rotation that really hinders them from actually achieving what they really desire. So inside of Erangel, we'll see how will they prove to us that they are still one of the contenders out here to be able to reach the grand finals. Meanwhile, of course, it's quiet town inside of stage 1 for Erangel for this time around until Goblin lands a shot.
Remember when we mentioned it, that's where we get to see something happen. It's going to be Davan from KE being shot down. That's going to be IGL, but I think there's going to be quite a distance between them due to the pause. You don't see that there's no finishing. It's going to be the warehouse on top of school here. Falcon, they need to save Cloud. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade for the Nox for now. Nobody being executed just yet. It happens to be nobody getting those first blood. But KE not in a very good condition. It's going to be 3v2 for now, as they try to spread out and reset themselves. At least Davan is back up on his feet, but Kai being finished off. There's going to be first blood coming up from D2Y. And we saw that nade coming into the side of Falcon, but they managed to avoid it entirely. While D2Y tried to reload, Chandlone, on the other hand, being shot down from behind.
Oh boy, he just turned his back for a split second, and the fall was so sharp. After being revived, he was just dealing lots and lots of damage. And D2Y, he tries to peek right in, couldn't stop Boy Shot at all. Now KE, even with 3 members from the outskirts of the warehouse, they're doing significant damage. Even St. Cloud doesn't have much health left, and that grenade will seal the deal. And just like that, Falcon gets depleted.
I don't want to mention it, but...
Again, I know. It's just uncanny, right? Like,
you know what? Maybe first time. I mean, yesterday was like, yeah, maybe it's just, coincidence. Second time, the first map just now, is it really coincidence? Now it's time to charm. And Falcon was the one that you predicted just now as well. But we're looking at KE. Surprisingly, both teams that you were predicted them just now, both fighting early on. This time it's going to be Magna versus FOD. This is going to be my team now, who's happened to be having a bit of a problem to stay alive, because Magna, surprisingly, even though they got one knocked down, they took them a bit longer than it's supposed to be to go in for the rush. Maybe due to the terrains, it's a bit of a high ground where FOD actually stands. On the side of Magna, they're trying to reposition themselves. Mal and Boy trying to go on the flank side, trying to get on the peak of that hill, but they're trying it, forcing it too much. It might be a bit reckless, and having a bit of slanted place to park that car is where they don't want to be themselves at. Because look at the spread coming up from FOD. This might be a trap for Magna.
Yeah, especially with Easy's position over on top of the hill, there's not going to be much spacing for Magna to even get angles upon him. Five of Dangers really know how to really pick them apart. Now that they're all clumped up by the corner of rock, a good grenade will be able to eliminate majority of these members of Magna. So, BoySG, he's got to ensure that this is going to be safe. And here comes Nang. Stopped on his tracks.
No. They thought they had it going, but they didn't realize they're being ensnared here. Nang, on the other hand, will be picked up by the rest of FOD. On the side of Magna, leaving only Labo left. With that, I'm not sure what kind of gun he actually do equip himself for the side of Labo, but he definitely don't want to be part of this anymore. He need to exit out, build this one, knowing for the fact that he's fighting against 3 players of FOD. That's why he's tanking the blue and eat it up as long as he can. He needs to find himself a vehicle and just exit out, go for disengage, and pray that he will not bump into another team the moment he tries to fly and flee away from this scene.
Yeah, and I think the problem here is that majority of the vehicles are actually compromised by the rest of FOD. So looking at all those boxes as well, Nang happily takes this time to really loot up. So Labo might have to really run out in the open to actually find something for himself. And I think they are just waiting out for him, just in case if there's just this straggling member that actually runs out open the field, then FOD will get that 4 total points. But I think it will take some time. So we're going to be moving into the corners of ruins where Fast Vision, they're predicting this to be more towards the center, and indeed it will be, but they're just slightly off of center, so they will eventually have to move towards School as well as Rozak. So majority of the teams are still finding their way into these areas of play, traversing, coming in from the eastern side as well as the west. So we will expect a lot more pressure to be put onto GE within the city later on.
Well, so far we don't see any pressure being put up to GE. They are having a very peaceful day. Nobody's touching them. No sort of early engagement come out from them. But on the side of FOD just now, I mean, that's a hell lot of dedication if they're willing to wait for Labo. But FOD, when we spoke about them, it's going to be John at one of our previous MVP taken by TGOA. But they will open fire and just counter fire back again. As May is bleeding on the ground, it's going to be 1-2-1 trade. I'm not sure where are the rest of TGOA right now. That's a good spot they got themselves into to fight against FOD. Caught them off guard when they're trying to flee away from the blue zone. But the rest of the team is not giving the support that needed by May. So that's really unfortunate. He got himself a perfect space to gatekeep this. But it's not just them. G-Lab is waiting and they are rushing into it.
Oh boy, and none of them actually gets out unscathed with damage being done from both ends. Now G-Lab sending Dragon into the picture as well. These F3 members to work with. So perhaps they can still overwhelm the likes of FOD. Now grenades are flying right in. Is there going to be enough time? Kai coming in for the flank as well. He's popped out the clear with the VP, and Kai brings him down as these as well. 5 of Danger only wraps up the map. 5 points.
For G-Lab, having the blue zone to deal with at the same time, have to realize they need to reposition themselves across FOD, who happen to be fighting against them right now. They need to wrap this up. They cannot just ignore this anymore. They might actually want to go for truce, but it's a bit too late for that. Scardy repositioned himself to get barely into the circle, and the rest of FOD, It's just leaving with only one player left here. I'm not sure who's the one that survived coming up from FOD, but Gila definitely winning that one out. Lucky enough just now for... not so lucky. TJOE caught in the middle. It happened to be at the worst timing possible. When they spot out, you know what? We want to go for the rush. Feels like there's nobody else there. And that's where exactly the timing, the other teams start to ambush you from behind, just cleaning up all the mess that you did before.
Yeah, and Game Labs actually strike really swiftly the moment that they find themselves in trouble with one member going in for that battle. They just going for that huge wraparound. And I thought that FOD was being absolutely cleared out. They still have one member to be able to survive. So that's good going for FOD to try to play for position later on. But within the central areas, it's definitely going to be very tough to actually enter within the township. If it ever goes into the town, of course. So I guess they will have to take this stage 2 really slowly until it really closes out. But Game Labs, great efficient attacks overall. We have seen this team doing so much from yesterday's run to secure 1 chicken dinner and also made it to at least the top 4 finish once as well. So hoping to see a lot more of these fights going in favor of Game Labs later on. But inside of Rosa...
Look at this, how they position themselves, Contra. GE is playing a checkmate against AV. They are surrounding them in every corner possible way. And they know exactly where they stand for AV, even though they are quiet. The way they're so confident to place themselves one person for one particular angle, and you have to care for yourself. That's just how good they are with their skills. But not so much. APG split into 2-2. Enigma marching in, driving straight into their compound. I'm not sure if these guys want to stay, but they definitely will not be welcome by the side of APG.
Yeah, especially with them spotting out that Jeep coming in from Marcos, they will eventually storm right into the building. So you will need to use this time, run back to his teammates, and that is what APG will do for now. Hold back over onto the south side of the apartments of school. And for now, Enigma may not have found themselves anything yet, but later on, you will see a lot more of these death blades being thrown at each other, and eventually Enigma has to decide whether or not if they're going to be pushing upwards towards their building instead.
Do they want to? The problem is, if they just happen to be stuck there for the longest time, it's not the highest building as well for Enigma if they want to go for the rooftop. They need someplace higher than that, because APG split it into 2-2 because of this reason. They know for a fact this building will not provide the highest place possible in this particular compound. Hence, they put another 2 players at the back line with the highest heal there is. West Point Mamba. Now, we talked about APG a bit too early. As Exit, their main frag and knock from afar. And this is going to be West Point Mamba, one of the best players there. This is going to be my favorite player, Michi. Taking them from this angle. Now, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Just look at
how?
With a Scorel as well. He's just got a 3x, but he's really making that rifle look like a sniper overall. And Royale is also taking another different sector of a point, playing by the swimming pools as well. So other teams will be able to really get beautiful angles against WPM, although Amas have already been knocked down. But it's just a little wear and tear for the time being. It's still going to be long-range affairs between these 3 teams until they find a better section to actually take the fights. But PBE, they're on course with another battle within the forest in between Yasnaya as well as the corners of school. And Troll, he's just trying to look for position and trying to spot out all these hiding Vipers within the smokes. As he's just going to do a drive-by, he spots the Dacia, and he will march in.
He got stuck with his own buggy, just digging his own grave there. Well, PBA Ryman trying to make all the work. Mombo dropping a big nade at that as well, and trying to toss for more. That's left with only Rain here to make everything work for Vipers. While Speed just coming in a bit later, but the rest of PBE have their guard off on top. But Speed can actually make it in as Rain being knocked next. It's down to 1v1 between Vipers and PBE now. Momboy decided to just go for the kills instead. He's tossing the nade, but being negated by the side of Vipers. But that's it. The shotgun blew up the face of Vipers, and they have to wait back in the lobby. That was incredible reaction.
incredible speed of action at the same time as well. Just looking at PBE, they took so many risks in that fight with only one member standing in the way, and thankfully Momboy have already known where the final member is at. So Vipers, they were just sitting ducks within the side of the smoke where they don't really have vision, and now the battle continues here within school. Grenades lob right in. Koopa trying to defend them from pushing upwards as well. And this solid defense coming in from the rest of Enigma sees the rest of APG being halted back. Enigma really have to hold the line, if ever the case. And Caps, he's got 6 grenades. Just trying to cook this one up to be tossed right into the stairwells. And APG, they're just going to stay put for the time being and let Exit do all the work, and he will find Koopa.
And that was a collateral coming up. It's not even shooting straight in the face at that. That's the work of DBS that nobody likes when it comes to watching this one. But close quarter combats is going to be the best weapon there is. You need that AoE coming up from those sharpness. But back to the side of Enigma, they are forced to use those hand grenades. But Spooky a bit too late, leaving with only Caps here to make a clutch for the team. You see a couple of death boxes. He definitely wants to reload himself with more nades to just keep the pressure on. But there's going to be him running away from his own nade. Even though he finished off Exit, but he did take a couple of damage from that as well.
Yeah, and now down towards the 2 versus 2. And then both teams are actually on the losing end if they were to really commit to this, because they can't seem to have enough members to be able to really last towards the later stages. But they have to clear each other out regardless. Spooky still has 2 more grenades. 1 being cooked up from the side of APG as well. And they're just playing this one so carefully, knowing that perhaps the next zone may not favor them. They really have to wrap this one very, very quickly. But thankfully, it's still within the threshold of play. And therefore, the fight continues. And we have Scott trying to actually get some damage done. And Marcos will eventually pin 1 more member down from the side of Enigma, leaving 1 behind. Wonder if there's anything left in tank for Spooky.
In the meantime, we do have another contender here coming up to this very particular compound, which is going to be Osjai Esports. If they're not wrapping this up as quickly as you said before, it's going to be the end for both teams, and they're both in a losing streak if this happens. But Scott, just the wrong corner to pick. It's so close. Didn't see it, but Marcus trying to find them. They didn't be spotted out. He missed it within those smoke.
And this is basically... They're just hiding all around.
Oh.
I can't believe it. APG, they missed the mark. But to be fair, it's all the smoke that's really blinding them all throughout. And another fight breaks loose on the outskirts. PBE getting flushed by grenades, but they're being pulled back. And GE, they rush into the compound, and they will find a little bit more of these members hiding up top. But FE, looks like they've already got this one surrounded for the time being as West Carrier gets brought down to his knees. Now down to Master Ichi. As much as FE tried, GE is unstoppable.
Yeah, GE West, unfortunately, just now, if only he reloads that, he might actually get it with an AKM. But like we mentioned about GE, they've been quiet before, but PBE, after one the other, I mean, like, this is not what you hope for. Your own teammate to nade you down at the worst possible timing even, because of the smokes and the walls in between. They cannot see what's going on in that smoke. But Momboy tried to shut down on Few and try to at least secure those kills. He got it with those DBS. And now Momboy tried to go for reload while trying to scout for more. Playing around with those corners. Momboy tried to flush people out. There's nobody inside. Nobody on the second story. But it's going to be on the ground floor. Those Molly will finally flush these guys out. But for the side of Bro, all they need to do is just find a perfect corner to take cover with just a bit longer while the rest of the team try to pick each other up.
Primal does have a little bit more of the time, but that's also advantage for the side of Bros. Looks like this whole compound is surrounded by all the teams coming in from the Philippines, and this battle will take place on close quarters as G-Lab. They're just going to see if they're going to find any form of prey throughout all the casualties that there is between PBE as well as Harami Bro. Well, they buy a lot more time. This is Momboy hoping to cover the backs of the compound itself. But it's just a huge wraparound they're just going to eventually be overwhelmed, and it starts off with a Dale grenade that will knock down Monboy.
Bro, they can revive. It's a bit of distance, but Enigma versus APG is not done yet. It has been going on for the longest time. They don't have any more utilities. They need to make sure they can stay alive after this, but Barbecue Spooky, here is a fireman running on top of this dance, but he clutched it with such little HP left. Lucky enough, there's so many death boxes laying around, he can restock himself. But on the side of Arami Pro, here comes another contender. G-Lab just gonna have to drop by. And they barely picking themselves up, but the nade is just keep them going. Knock on 2, left with only 1 player, but at least they get some consolation if they can secure 1 more point before another team steps into this battlefield.
And just with all these DBS, Bro is just taking control of this sector all by themselves, despite Game Labs having the numbers advantage. Now they're slowly losing out members, especially now that Dragon has already been damaged. He's just going to be revived shortly as Scotty tries to limp away. So hopefully Bro can actually secure Scotty, at least walk away with another point, because this is going to be a battle that's going to be pretty hard to close out. 2 versus 2. And looks like the Filipinos absolutely love close quarter combat. MM does get one on the side of Game Labs, and Harami Pro continues on with this streak. G-Lab needing to find the final member out there. Dale pushing forward, and this DBS did not seal the deal. Instead, Game Lab survived with Dragon intact.
At least they got themselves six eliminations. That's a big consolation prize for them before going down. When G-Lab, even though they won that fight just now, it was a great cost to them as well, leaving with only 1 player left. But on the side of Ozja, Esports still having a 3. Same goes for GE, they're having a 2. But the most elimination going into the hands of KE, who still have a 3. Only HWG surviving as a full squad for now. Ozja Esports, they're pretty much close to the center, but they're trying to keep HWG at bay, making sure denying their entry to a side of a circle. But can they do it with 3 people against a full squad?
Yeah, and overall, this is one of the first few times that we're actually looking at GE playing a little bit more of the up-close personal kind of approach within the cities of Rozak, when they've already got the predictions right from the get-go. Now that the circle is slowly closing in, they're going to find it a little bit hard to move out of that shack as well. Asia is just finding a few more members out of the side of West Point Mamba, and seems like they've already had Mix being tagged up as well. 1 member off the side of Enigma, Spooky, the clutch god of the team, have been pretty much winning the trades against APG, but now finding himself in a tough spot as well. So KE, they have to play from the edges here, but first needing to deal with West Point Mamba as well as Asia. So long-range trades, this isn't going to be really much in the favor of KE.
But at the same time, it all depends on the next circle, really. If it just shifted downwards, it's going to be their circle. This is the only compound in this particular circle right now. But on the side of KE, they got knocked down before, and it's not really a hard task for them to just pick them back up to their feet because of how the long fight has been going on for such a long time. KE, all they need to do is just wait it out, but they're not willing to. They're trying to find themselves a better place after this in case the circle's not favoring them. West Pomumba, on the other hand, still taking these small shacks, but there's nothing else in between them. There's no even structures, only 1 or couple of trees and just a couple of terrain to take covers, but they start to open fire. This gives away so much information. Bold move coming out with West Pomumba with only duo to fight against HWG, who do have so much covers, even an airdrop in between them. But West Point Mamba, this is Federales we're talking about. This guy cannot sit quietly.
Yeah, and for a very good reason, right? The significant damage that he's been able to really churn out coming in has been able to really suppress the rest of HWG from proceeding forward. And with all of that pressure, they are the ones that need to actually move inbound into the circle. And like you've predicted as well, if this circle goes south side, that a lot of these teams still have spacing to work with. Meanwhile, the ones over in the offside, like HWG, they got to really budge off. For the current situation, Asia is just by the rim of it, so they are the ones to try to keep the rest of HWG from proceeding forward. But Mewtwo, he's being preoccupied with the rest of West Point Mamba that was firing shots early on. Yahiko has to charge in, and there's really no safe way to go about this but to take this fight against Asya.
And they have to force it in. They are brute forced into ramping it into this small shack. But Yiko be greeted with a DPS in the face. While Alpha trying to go for the flank side. Will it be a bit too late? Yaka straight printing on the ground. Down to one small shack. They got these corners covered. But the nade was a bit too late. And Osja toss it for Skyning. Make a remarkable call, but not enough. Yaka got it back. That's a redemption, even though he got himself knocked down for a couple of teammates. But they cannot be complacent. It's not done yet. They still have to pass those streets. They have to go through those walls. And nonetheless, KE don't even need to budge. The circles is theirs. This is their game to take.
Sure enough, well, we're just waiting for stage 8 on how that's going to really churn out. But that fight, those grenades were locked so perfectly, but it didn't really matter too much for the side of Asya because at the end of the day, they're just being stuck within a shack that didn't really provide them any space to actually run around with. And Enigma, despite having one member to play off, they are getting more and more points. Enigma now tallies up the record here with 6 streak of eliminations, all being backed up, and 4 of them in the hands of Spooky. I wonder if he could basically close off with the chicken dinner. And all these teams are basically hugging about a corner because this is bare land, empty fields, no cover or protection at all. Whatever smoke that there is, they have to supply it directly to the center.
And the worst part is a flat plane at that. That's nothing to hide yourself with. We're talking about, yeah, maybe no structures in between. It's still bearable if you still have a couple of terrain to take covers, but there's nothing here. It's as flat as it can be. HWG know this for a fact. At least there's a rock in between that they drive straight into it, but then Molly. And also, I think there's going to be an explosion of the buggy as well, so they have no choice. They just keep on advancing forward. But KE on the other end trying to shut down on Spooky. This one player makes such a hindrance for all the other teams out there. Spooky has been surviving the longest, solo by himself, trying to gain as much frag as he can. I'm not even surprised if he can still clutch out a chicken dinner out of this.
Yeah, he's just trying to buy a little bit more of that time, and it's just destroying that vehicle to get an extra added protection from Huron. HWG from the side of the hill will not actually be blocking horns with any teams just yet, but KE definitely will pose a little bit of a huge threat against all the other teams that are on board. Hey, at least one of my predictions is still contending right here. KE, with 3 members surviving, fancies their chance, but this is going to close directly into the center, so everyone will be pushed deeper into the center. And now KE lands the 10th blow of a record and looking for more.
When it comes to numbers, it feels like KE will and might actually make it for the chicken dinner. They got themselves quite a huge amount, high volume eliminations in their pocket right now. But Spooky finally bowing out towards the blue zone, not willing to share his pride with all the other teams down there. I'm willing to Laser to take me out instead of you guys. But on the side of KE with this one UAZ and take covers and barricade himself with only vehicles. They're being shot from afar. Boy shot straight on the ground. GE, can they secure this? And what consistency. Again, they got themselves in the top 3, even though working out as a duo. Master Ichi almost being knocked down, but we're still full HP down there. And the nade was incredible. Shaking the screen and the faith of KE right now, whether they still can survive.
And they've already spun out West Carry. That will actually deplete them. KE, they're being shut off completely, and now HW gets taken out, and GE, like you said it, ends out with another chicken dinner in the bag.
It's just, I'm speechless. When it comes to numbers, when it comes to the circle itself, it was supposed to be KE. KE had it going. But thing is, when it comes to timing, they were a bit too late to fan out with their formation. GE just outsmarted them just now. You have to give it. We don't know whose game was that until the very last minute. GE working as a duo, not even a 4, still secure chicken. Last game they got themselves second. Imagine the gap in the first and second place by now.
Yeah, and now with all these stacked up points, I think it's almost close to impossible for some of these teams to actually catch up to Genesis Esports after dominating all these past matches from yesterday to today. It has proven your point that even when it comes down to Erangel, they have already mastered it. And other than mastered, EG, of course, working along with the last member standing, he has been able to put in the final bullets to actually secure the chicken dinner, and that really makes him the MVP of the match. And Wes really supplemented with those huge grenades to stop KE from getting more.
At least, you know, I feel like your first prediction map is always the one that we should watch out for. This team's gonna die when it comes to Contra first prediction, but when it comes to second, that's where you start to build up here, because KE and GE both survived, right? So that's an improvement from your end as well, Contra. You are growing. I'm so proud of you, man. I feel like a proud mama. Yeah, speaking of GLAD, you predicted for them in the last map, but it feels like they have more confidence playing in Brangle instead of Sunol. It just shows how aggressive they were. And the side of PBE, it feels like their recklessness took a toll for them. Because yes, we see them trying to brute force their way into the circle while running and gunning at the same time while migrating. But it's just they always caught off guard by a different team entirely they had a ton of vision onto.
Exactly, and you know, thank you for being proud of me. And I definitely gotta say that one of the highlights of this game was also from Enigma, where Spooky was doing so much by himself, making it into the top 5 at the very least for the team, gives them significant points. Especially now we look at the top 4. Of course, other than GE securing maximum point, KE really stepped up this game, and which is why I actually back on the hopes of them when they do head into the late game, but still needing that final touch to actually take away that chicken dinner from GE. Meanwhile, HWG is getting a little bit more comfortable with the pacing of the whole tournament, and now they back in a total of 12 points, and Game Labs coming into the top 5 with 9 points.
I feel like it's a trend here based on the region itself, right? If you look at all the Philippine teams, they prefer to play really aggressive and just go for those eliminations. They don't have a care in the world. So many zeros for the Philippine teams when it comes to their ranked points. They love those CQC like we mentioned before, right? GE, this is just a huge gap that's not fillable by these guys. FOD will, I don't know, can they catch up by the end of the day? We have no clue. But I love the 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers going accordingly based on their chicken and their ranking as well. West Point Mamba in the top 5, but actually tied with Enigma. Now this is surprising. Enigma, the only team on the top 7 without any chicken dinner right now, placing themselves at 6.
Yeah, and that's already 8 points for the teams on the second spot to be able to catch up. Whereas, of course, we did see the rise of PBE. This time, it is going to be on the side of HWG that will be moving forward from the second page here, along with Game Lab with their margins to close up against those on the first page. At the same time, we also see huge engagements that have resulted in Harami Bro to be able to climb up. So they're just looking for that sweet spot heading into the top 16, and I'm just hoping to see more coming in from all the teams that are hailing from the Philippines. Like you see, the trend is there for all these teams hailing from that particular region on how they've already amped up on the aggression that they're showing from the early game hitting to the big game. That circle itself, like you say, anybody's game, and I still see GE to be sharp as ever. So I don't really see anyone else to be able to stop them for now other than Asha, so long as Asha can survive to the late game as well.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like GE can outplay Ozja because they're playing very smart here. They're not just all about firepower and all about brute force themselves into the compound or whatever fights they want to get into. They're playing super smart. You saw just now, even though they were outnumbered by KE, they still managed to secure that chicken dinner. It's all about, you know, the perfect timing to use those throwables and where they want to stand to see what's happening about the other end of the map. And they executed it perfectly well. I cannot see anybody else fighting against them, even though we talked about Ozja. Right now, nobody near them so far. But speaking of whether they can clutch another chicken dinner next one, can they get another back-to-back for GE? We have to head into the break for a bit, so see you guys after this.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back once again, folks, and you are currently watching the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. It's Chuchu here together with me, Contra, as we walk you through all these matches. And my, Genesis Esports continue to dominate all of the records here, this time securing the chicken dinner in Arangol here in Day 4.
I mean, like, there's nothing stopping them. We had very small talk just now after we done during that break. Who can stop them? We do want to see Austria Esports versus GE to see who's actually the better team when it comes to these two teams against each other head on. But I have to give my thoughts into this. I feel like GE will outsmart all the other teams down there. Even though we feel Austria Esports firepower is stronger right now. But I feel like it's down to their tactical call. And it's just, this is GE on a different level compared to last season. And within few months, they managed to accomplish this. That's a huge achievement right now.
I would definitely say that this is an incredible feat that they have finally found a way to find this current formula of their own. And back in the day, sure, they may have actually changed the roster to really fit these puzzle pieces, but now that it's picture perfect, I believe that this team is definitely jet set and ready for PMSL when that actually happens. But maybe it's too soon for me to call it out here in week 1 because we don't know. By week 2, perhaps teams are getting a little bit more serious. Some of them don't really want to show their cards too early on, but from what we're getting out of Genesis Esports, I think this formula will not break at all.
Well, it's down to during PMSL. Will they actually be broken by that or not? But also, what's not broken for you guys? We do have the upcoming Ultimate Set, which is going to be the Crimson FPLT Caesar's Hits Victory. Don't forget to watch out for this very new Ultimate Set because there's going to be very limited amount of it. And not just that, it's going to be a very exclusive thing. You have only a very short time of period. If you missed it, it's gone.
That's right. So make sure you will be able to secure the Crimson abilities when it is available, as it will be arriving pretty much shortly. And other than that, of course, if you are interested in stomping out the competition, there's new things to check out in the World of Wonders update, where you can run wild just like the dinosaurs, right? So we've already mentioned about the dinos that have been around, ever since the Bikini days. Now it's all coming back to life here to be played in maps like Arangol.
I really wish all these patches, when they have this kind of update, will be implied into our tournaments. Now that's going to be fun because all the players keep on adapting. You know what? Oh no, we have dinosaurs this time to deal with. And these guys can pick you up and throw you down and can bite you off your head. It'll be fun to watch because it's going to be something new for the players and it's really torturing for them. But we also have the latest Ducati. It's super red, it's super flashy and super fun to actually do have this bike in real life. But we cannot afford it in real life. Might as well just settle into the game, Sounds sad, but at least, yeah.
Well, at least this costs like one small fraction as compared to the original Ducati Panigale. So that's something that you could then basically look forward to in your PUBG Mobile matches. And you can also secure yourself the all-new Royal Pass A series that's currently available. And this is the best way to get plenty of skins while saving all that UC for things like a Ducati.
Wow, for me, I just settled down with a bicycle. That's fun.
Oh, a bicycle?
I mean, yeah, that's a bicycle. I mean, like, it's more healthier. And
But
you
do
can
you
keep yourself in shape.
Yeah, and I'm looking, speaking of bicycle, they even have a bicycle skin right here. The Tech Matrix bicycle that you can also get from the Royal Pass at the same time. So, well, I wonder, once you do cycle, are these usually the sight that you actually get? Like, dinosaurs running around?
I mean, like, you don't want to be on a bicycle if there's dinosaurs around, but you can go unnoticed if you didn't ring the bell. I guess that's the best scenario.
You know what? I'll take the bicycle if I have to go on foot. Like, I'll take anything to run away from this T-Rex, if ever the case. So you guys can be on the T-Rex instead, like, you don't have to be on bikes. This is the new wave of taking a ride to work. or school, anything you want.
But yeah, speaking of school, we did have that circle back then in Wrangle. Now this time we're heading into our last Wrangle of the day with no Group A playing, which can be HWJ, FB, MPX, Austria, Esports, and PBE. Sadly, we won't get to see the duke between Austria, Esports, and a GE for now. But yeah, you know what? I do keep my eyes on the chat in case there's sort of feedback when it comes to production, right? But also, I do spot it out some chat saying they have been stepping up their game for GE. Yes, and I agree, because it feels like after PMSL, the performance of GE is on different level. It feels like, you know what? After their loss in PMSL, they realize they're not there yet. And I feel like they really put in so much work to reach this stage right now.
Yeah, and that is what experience actually gives you, right? Overall, it makes you learn at a much more rapid pace. And I think, like, this time around, these teams that I voted for in this final round of Angle are the teams that really have to take a little bit of that page out of the playbook of what we saw out of GE, which is why, like, my vote, yeah, I think it's very obvious that GE is going on a stomp against all the other teams. So I'm just going for Austria, Enigma, as well as YG.
Yeah, but I was just not playing. I'm sorry for that. I think there's some sort of issue there. But yeah, speaking of which, you know, Austria Esports have to stay quiet for a bit, and we did mention about the gap between the first and second place here. And speaking of the first place just dominated over GE, I wish they are not relaxing. Even though they are number one, the gap is quite significant for now, but I do want to see them to keep this going so they don't lose the momentum. I just wish this happens for the next week as well, because if they do deliver again next week, I'm looking forward, maybe in the first time in the history of PMPL or PUBG Mobile Esports as a whole, we get to see a wildcard have a shot getting that championship in PMSL.
Yeah, and just looking at the current record here, I guess the only other team that has been able to keep up to pace when it comes down to securing points in their own form of way. We've already talked enough about Austria, but what about Five of Danger? You know, they closed out their chicken dinner today, so I am still hoping to actually see them continue on with better momentum, not in this game particularly, but throughout the course of these upcoming maps at the very same time. So with that being said, we also see, of course, the rise of Filipino squads really mastering the views of Angle. So this time, perhaps they will be the ones to get themselves that chicken dinner instead. Let's head right in.
Now, I do want to see if GE can secure double chicken back-to-back. They did it in Miramar yesterday. If they do it again this time, these guys are broken. I mean, like, there's nothing else can stop them. I mean, if maybe a T-Rex might actually stop them, but can we have a T-Rex for this map, for this match? But we do have at least a beautiful flight path separated the map into two parts, west and the east side. And this is where we do know that everybody can drop wherever they want because it's within their reach, but it's all about the circle. And it feels like we might actually have a very generous circle, might be on top of School or Rozok again, because if the circle, I feel like there's sort of a pattern here, right? If a circle, if the flight path happen to be wonky on one-sided, or skewed to it one-sided, then maybe we have a contradicting sort of a circle. But if this sort of a very generous flight path, usually the circle will be right on top of it. So I'm not surprised if we do have very similar circle than the last, almost the same as the last map of Wrangle.
Yeah, perhaps that could be the case. And I also have a question for you, Juju. Like, what are the odds of it being around the island instead? Because so far, while I was casting, I've not seen any circles around Sinoska military base. So if that is going to happen, then perhaps there is opportunities for some of these teams. I guess it only covers one part of the island.
Feels like a yesterday circle here, Lipovka it is. But yeah, speaking of SMB circle, you know, whenever you cast with me, you barely get those circles. It's just me thing, I guess. It's just the circle don't give me SMB whenever I want it. But it's gonna be FOD versus G-Lap. But never underestimate John from FOD. He can clutch things here. He can do so much work. But it's going to be the entirety of G Lab shutting him down, so there's no way out, John. That's going to be a first blood. That's just... Yep, FOD just been taken out limb, and that's going to be the strongest limb out there.
Yeah, and just looking at how rapidly Game Labs have been able to secure weapons of their own, I would say that was just an unfortunate instance where John was not only being left alone, but didn't really have enough of that firepower to even fend off for himself. So just have to play with 4 members instead for a 5 of dangers. While, of course, we check out the rest of the island, we do have the members of TGOA, which is going to be the furthest away from where they need to be, on the opposite end of the Pavka, where they're currently over the corners of Primal. So TGOA is such an interesting team, right? Like, they may not have really shown us any form of flashy plays just yet, or to really be gunning up for that chicken dinner as of late from yesterday's run, but this is a team that could still really put up a certain fight against teams that are within a close threshold. But I have not really seen them having smoothest of ways of getting into the circle, and this is the only team from Myanmar that's currently struggling, as they're currently having only 46 points to cope with.
TGOA is sort of a hot and cold team for me, but in my own perspective. They do have their good days, but even their good days, usually they are good in taking fights. You know, they are bringing the fight for the other team, but it's always them caught themselves where they have a third party eyeing out for them, and they just caught by surprise. That's always the case for TGOA, and they always got themselves a lot of knockdowns for the other teams or the opponents, but they're having a bit of difficulty to translate it into one point of execution because of those ambush happen to be at the same time. So it's all about information for TGOA that they are a bit lacking in that sense. If only they really have so much information regarding who are nearby, who's not, where are the position of all their players is, then maybe they can really make it out and work it right. But you mentioned quite right, Myanmar's have been really strong this season. If you look at most of Myanmar team taking the top 10 spot here, and speaking of GE especially, I think the only way for FOD to fight against GE for that #1 spot is forcing the fights early on. That's the only way right now if you try to take down on GE. Because if you just let them lurk and get them, just leave them getting themselves the compound they want and been aiming for based on the circle, they can outsmart all the other teams down there, and they know ways to do it.
Yeah, and speaking of which, that team have been very elusive, but not so much for Game Labs, as they are going on aggro from the get-go inside the city. Koopa holding on to the shotgun, not really finding the blow, but Spooky finds the grenade. As this fight continues on, these two teams have met before, and Koopa, he's just got to hold his own, but these mates are really sending him hugging on towards the walls instead. Koopa now hops downwards, and that's where Caps eventually goes on the battle against Scotty, and Koopa finds another DBS against Dragon. Koopa has got nothing to heal with for the time being. He's just got to find this battle against Newbie here. Has a grenade, tries to fake it out, and he's not going to be all too surprised. Game Labs taking precaution here, knowing that Newbies does not have much backup. But here comes Mix as well, joining from the back.
Koopa just too low to stay quiet. They need to get out. But I'm not sure if he got himself any smokes. I definitely know he doesn't have any health utilities for now, since there's nowhere near that he's trying to, you know, try to reset himself with any bandages or even first aids. And West Point Mamba now getting in the way of G-Lab versus Enigma. And they are rushing it from behind, cleaning up the mess by these two teams before. And they are in glee, taking away the points bit by bit. Almost keeping the pressure to a side of this particular house for Koopa and Newbie. Barely make it alive. Koopa just now almost lost himself, but Spooky next for Federella shutting them down. Enigma, they just being decapitated by the side of West Point Mumbai. There's no way out at all.
And now West Point Mumbai only has 2 members left, but that form of aggression will eventually overwhelm members of the side of Enigma. Cap's already out of the game. Same goes to Spooky. this time, both Enigma as well as Game Labs, they are just going to take the short end of the stick. Now, only one more remain for the side of Enigma, where G-Lab just got overwhelmed. West Point Mamba so good at taking these third-party fights, and just having a weakened unit to deal with can just give you so many of that rewards, and Enigma being left for scraps here, just have to depend on Koopa to get as much points as possible for the rest of the round. And here we go, YG finds one out of Sin as they try to move into the same compound, and that sets Holy Lanju away to turning back from where they came from.
Comes Loki dropping those nades like a hot, but maybe the smokes at first, just to make sure he can actually get out from this compound. As a start, Manet and rest of YG will try to reposition themselves in a better compound. While Enigma barely staying alive with one player left, G-Lab being executed way early on. There's going to be 4 teams eating up the blue zone, just for the sake of staying alive a bit longer. They definitely didn't caught themselves in any sort of a trap or being gatekept just now. But at least it's still the first stage of a circle, but less than 10 seconds. They have to figure out how to get into it without tanking too much of blue, because second stage still gonna hurt anyways. We do have our own bro, taking on Power Scott. I'm not sure what's happening to APG right now. That's a fast execution, by the way. We do have Miltar sort of a circle. This is supposed to be PBE circle, but sadly they're not playing.
Yeah, and that also gives a lot more room for West Point Mamba to also take charge. And I'm also pretty surprised at how quickly FOD has been able to get into build-up power in general, because they came in from the islands, and perhaps they've already got access through the boats or some sort. But getting there quick definitely is very advantageous, where other teams are just going to be waiting to find a little bit more of an open space for them to get those entries. Vipers eventually makes a move, will decide to let go of Holanju and flots out Evil instead. Spooky secures the number there, but there's still Lanju to deal with, and they say you did not just leave without a fight. So the rest of Vipers, they're locked right into the compound, and FV might actually turn the course of the battle against them.
Sin have been brilliant in day number 1, and then that's just that. It's a one-shot, the one-day thing. I'm looking for Holy Lanju's performance, but sadly he'll be knocked down here by Vipers, who's taking reign over this compound, while AV trying to keep the pressure on and making sure they go nowhere nearby. But that's a Kobe from AV. Brilliant toss, dropping another like it's hot. Can he get another? Close enough, nowhere near. But KE on the other hand will be trying to take Ravenwood into their hands here, forcing the fight out of them. Cornered up all around, KE making sure the Ravenwood will cower in their fear, but at the same time, a couple of their teammates being knocked down. Kaya will have the time to pick up Davan, but here comes Wajong spraying! A bit too late now. If only they actually go out early on. Boyshon with a shotgun ready. Close enough with one corner apart. All he needs to do is just go for the pick and randomly sprays. Almost close enough. Surely he can shut this down, but took them a bit longer than we thought it would be for KE.
Yeah, that itself seems to be a strike that isn't all too coordinated, where they could just basically rush right in. But no matter the circumstance, KE still managed to survive and stay afloat, with majority of the members of Ravenwood being taken out. And what you just pointed out, Ravenwood could actually strike a little bit faster, and that would have been them winning the trade instead.
It's just they were a bit too hesitant. I don't blame them for it, because things has been really tough for the side of Hyena Ravenwood due to how they just having some difficulties to find themselves a good spot to just hold on to. There's always going to be more than one team that's trying to chase the tails for them. They barely make it alive every single time. Now Sin, on the other hand, they survive. And they're left with only 2 players, Holy Lanju and FV. Will and might crash into MQN, which can be Magna going straight for the circle instead. But we do have YG gatekeeping on the northern side. Southern part, nothing else to worry about except for anybody coming through that part of coastline with any boat.
Yeah, and this is where everybody just really has to play with whatever vehicles that they have on land. The only team that I do see thriving over on the shorelines has got to be Harami Bros, where they've already got the rep round from the south side. Sin gets themselves into safety, and they may have actually taken notice of members of TGOA over on the top side of the hill. They don't really have much resources. They're look at level 1 helmet for FV, and that is a little tad risky if they were to be spotted out later on. And speaking of which, one tire pops coming into the buggy of Holy Lanju, so he will be slowed down for a bit. They trade back against Edward as FV finds one. But can they find AW? He's going to be up close and personal against Lanju. And he's making a run for his life. Has to trade back. But there's only 2 shots going into the DBSs. And they are just going neck to neck. Damage being done. But who's the big victors here? It doesn't seem like they've already concluded. But KE, they got 5 streak of kills. And Sin will be the ones to punish TGOA. Now it's really down to Amora Chili.
Amora Chili really spiced up by a lot of bullets onto him. Barely make it out. Down to only 40% of HP left and walked straight into Falcon even. Down to 10. And now got stuck between those. Oh! Speaking of which, Falcon finished off the job even though he's being chased. Hacked by all the teams behind him. Harami Bro, on the other hand, realized that there's nobody indoors. But there's going to be another team right across them. MQN just going to resort to, you know what? This is actually a great space and great place for them to actually take a bit of defending zone for MQN if they want to stay here for a bit longer. But the problem is, if there's going to be more than one team coming over this side of the map and around this particular coastline, they will have to resort to jumping down. And the moment you slip down, that's where you get fished out one by one. And there's no way for you to fight back.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult, but at the same time, for what it's worth, it is a very defensive position that they are currently taking, so long as nobody's going to be drawing up close to them. So MQ1 definitely has a great position to hold out thanks to their quick thinking itself. So for the upcoming circle, MQ1 would eventually have to move off, but the problem is Harami Bro is already taking center stage, and they will first need to deal with members of the side of WPM to even cut across into the center. So the only way out is to slowly get into the south and maybe take that flight or drive around, get into the warehouse where the rest of these members of FOD is currently at. So they need to make that choice really soon. Meanwhile, if they were to move in from that direction as well, Yangon Galacticos is also joining in.
But the one I'm looking and have my eyes on is going to be Cooper. And this is very sad and lonely. One solo player of Enigma right now. He managed to swim ashore, but the moment he almost reached there, the circle shifted away from him. And not just that, we saw the entirety of, if I'm not mistaken, was it Falcon or FOD, or was waiting at the other end. It's just tough to watch, knowing for the fact you would have to go against the inevitable, dying in that case. Here comes MQN, YG, 3 versus 3.
And everyone is pretty much clumped up into the same corners. The grenades are being prepped by Yangon Galacticos, whereas Magna is hoping to catch them off as well. Loki has to pull this buggy all the way backwards as he soaks a little bit more of that damage. And all these positions are compromised. Labo tries to go in for a flank, but will be spotted out by Andrew first and foremost. YG, they're happy with that pickup, and they will look to play a deeper position over on the deeper ends of the coast. And Magna, they actually would be having a little bit of a better time to really propel forward. But Murnat, he's got other plans. He's looking to be the knight in shining armor to be able to set up a huge flank against MQN.
The fact they already shut down on the flanker on the side of MQN or Magna. In that case, it's going to be Labo. That's really tough for them to actually come back from here. Marne reposition himself in the perfect spot, but the rest of YG not willing to invest too much time in this. Feels like Marne is just holding the ground to make sure that they will not be followed by Magna for now. They know it's not worth fighting for. It's not worth investing too much resources unless they can get themselves in a safe zone first. And they are willing to actually gatekeep MQN in case they want to actually go through into that circle. So this is actually a very smart move and outplayed and even think 10 steps ahead against the opening coming up from YG. But the problem is they're not there alone because West Point Mama is just too close for comfort.
Yeah, and they're just gonna have to take their sweet time for now, where Soya and the rest of MQN, they're in one particular vehicle. And this is the biggest risk to take when you are heading into the face of the game. Well, the PM will spot one running right through the face, and within the sniper's nest, they will eventually have Loki to eventually corral all of that damage numbers out there. But Mix is all alone, though. Still, I'm not too sure if WPM will be able to supplement any form of damage on lower grounds, and Range is hoping for a pick off against YG if they set foot outskirts.
Range with 3 times scope on the M416. Those rifles can suit him perfectly well if you're doing whiffed. But YG, on the other hand, a great call, trying to crush into straight West Point Mamba, but at a cost. Because West Point Mamba will not be sitting as a cluster. They'll be spreading out. And Michi, a bit isolated, just try to guard on the southern part to see if there's any other team passing by. And Harami Bro did actually manage to secure himself compounds and in the center, but look at the teams coming up from the northern side. It's going to be more than one. Make it 4 even. MQN have a bit of longer rotation. They know for a fact they will be gatekept by YG, but look at the spread between YG as well. But it's a big risk coming up from YG to spreading out this far apart among themselves. But if they can execute it, it will be a big reward.
Yeah, and I would say that the better spread of position will be for WPM, because I'm looking at them taking the entire sector down the south side by themselves, with all 4 members really locking into every corner of the map. So all they have to really worry about is to really take a glance over what's over on the center as well as the north. Speaking of which, more battles happening over on the north side. So Falcon having Chanlon to take one member out of the side of KE, just getting the knock, but the top also gets the trade done. So both teams will be held back for the time being, and they don't really have too much time to be loitering around for the moment, because that circle is going to be closing out. And FOD, they draw the line between Andrew, and there's just pressure created, and the flank coming in from Magna as well. Three-way warfare, and FOD's in danger.
FOD, they thought they can shut down a YG, but they're the one that have actually been backstabbed by MQ, and perfect timing, and not so much. But FOD going down at the same time, being sandwiched in between, but YG, this bought him so much time for Andrew to pick back up on his feet. But where are the rest of YG? A bit too far apart. He's being isolated with West Point Mamba players trying to finish him off, and he got it. Mix secured those eliminations. Even though he's being knocked down by the other team, he didn't even have to put up that much effort to actually finish it off straight away. But Magna, I love that timing. It was perfectly well done.
Yeah, it was great execution at the very same time, where they didn't even hesitate for a single second going up against the members of FOD, and they just walked away with as much points as they could basically take from that scenario, adding 3 on the board. KE, they've been locked into this position due to the fact that Sin has been causing a little bit of trouble alongside with a member out of the side of CFU. Now, Kaya's going to be moving into the back, driving around to spot whoever's going to be hiding around, and I think he's already seeked him out.
Oh,
so Kaya,
no.
he will get that perfect position, but up close and personal, Kaya's got to be ready, and he swings it with that Thompson to just secure it so easily.
Without any helmet at that for Kaya. And for the side of GE, things are going really grim for them, because West Point Mamba have a peek onto them, finish off one player, and Enigma also got finished off by the side of West Point Mamba, having 7 eliminations in the back. And not just that, they are dominating with 4 players as a full squad. KE, on the other hand, barely make it in, and the circle shrinks even further away from them. GE still got the center, regardless of how they've been, you know, shrink down to only 2 players. But West Point Mamba, look at the spread and confidence for each of their players.
Yeah, and I just think that this is just going to be the perfect position for them to really close up this entire game for themselves, because they still have all 4 players intact. The only 2 teams that have the same amount of firepower rate at the moment has got to be KE as well as Harabi Bro. But positioning-wise, not so much for KE because they still have a lot to work on to get themselves safe. They're just wrapping around the corners, dealing with anybody by the outskirts, and Kaya still on the hunt. Let's see if Boyshan's going to be able to get one in return, and there we go. Spots one out. Kaya so sharp on the Thompson again.
Holy Lunge managed to have a trade between them with Boyshan last remaining member, but GE spots him out, forcing Boyshan to get down, but there's going to be a lot of bullets everywhere, every angle there is. Harami Bro knock on the player, and coming up for KE left with only the top and Devan here. Now, he forced himself to just toss as much smokes as he possibly can and try to build a bridge going over to the other side. But Harami Bro is still having a full squad on top of that compound. It's going to be super difficult for KE, but it's not impossible because they still have structures to take cover. That one particular tree will be his saving grace, but Magna walking straight into the top. And if this happens, the one's winning here is going to be Harami Bro.
Yeah, and Magna, they're taking another risk attempt, moving up towards the spine of the hills, where this might actually provide them cover, but there is Sin waiting on the lines, and KE, they still manage to deplete members of Magna as they go on a 10 streak of kills of sprees, and my goodness me, even despite them not really having too many members to work with, they at least secure a top 5 finish with more than 10 points.
Surprise, surprise. We do have GE again in the top 5. This time with 2 players. They did it before. They can do it again. But West Point Mamba is just as good for Ozja Esports. I mean, like, we've been comparing GE with Ozja so much. We forgot about West Point Mamba. And they definitely remind us of them right now. And GE taking a watchtower right now with the Mushroom Tower. Very small space, definitely. But West Point Mamba, do they want to go for the rush? Federales definitely knows them. Because of the smokes being popped out before, will expose their position. But Michi on the other end still try to reposition himself to find any angle that is way safer than crushing straight into the compound itself.
Yeah, and just look at that. Top 4, you have 3 teams hailing from the Philippines to contest for that chicken dinner. Like we have discussed previously, that these teams from the Philippines have been getting so much of the mastery out of Angle that now we are seeing 3 of them vying for the title of the chicken dinner. And GE, despite them having great records so far with positions to really get into the final circle, they don't really have the manpower to do so against all the teams that are currently surrounding them. And now, look at that small little circle. It does favor all the members of West Point Mamba that's still holding down south.
And GE being ambushed by Harami Bro right now. At the same time, with those shotguns, they didn't manage to flush them out because they see this one coming. But the mollies will actually burn them quite alive. Few coming in last, but they knock on 2 down. The entirety of Harami Bro in jeopardy as Master Ichi holding his front eye as long as he can while waiting for Zai to give support fires. But that's not going to be the end for Bros yet. They still have 1 player left. I think it's going to be Few. Never mind, Few is already knocked down. But Zai still can pick him back up to his feet. And Master Ichi is well and alive again. And spraying out Zai, finish things off. A bit too late for Bro to recuperate from that. Because the moment he actually comes in, the rest of the teammate already gone. And that's surprisingly Bros with a 4-man rush into GE. Willingly throwing their bodies for GE to take the point away. That is super surprising.
Yeah, and I didn't really expect them to just lose out like that. Such a huge risk to take when you have a full squad that can basically take different sides of quarter, but they decided, hey, we want blood, we want to find GE, but GE with 2 members still actually wins the trade, and now vying for that chicken dinner yet again, needing to deal with the rest of the members of West Point Mamba, speaking of which, Holy Lanju spotted out, so it's just between the 2 teams. Can West Point Mamba snatch this chicken away from stopping GE's phenomenal record of back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday and now looking for that here in Arangel?
There's a shot at that. West Point Mamba left with only 3 players, but this time it's not KE they're fighting against. And they have no more other contender than just these 2 teams right now. GE cannot rely on those fortunate lucky moments anymore, but GE, they are skillful enough to actually clutch this one out. Master Ichi will be the big brain in this 3 versus 2. And they're spreading out for West Point Mamba, knowing for the fact where GE stands, they do have the distance between them, but nothing in between. No structures, no covers if GE start to move, but they at least got the circle, and this forced West Point Mamba to reposition themselves once more. But the thing is, can they see exactly where the players are? Because Zai is the one closest to a side of Federales. If they shut down on Federales, that equal out the odds. They have to fight 2v3 and down to 2v2. If Federales will be knocked down here, that's going to be tough for West Point Mamba. When they have this advantage, they have to think things through.
Indeed, and overall, with them having such a huge zone control, West Point Mamba eventually will have an idea that there's only one place that these players can be hiding, and that's around that sniper's nest, as well as the corridors of that tree that's currently on to the northwest side of the map. But taking precaution, they respect that this is going to be GE that they're going to deal with, so they will have to ensure that when they strike, they have to strike with great coordination to remove both Master Ichi as well as Iz. But great ideas are still coming out of Genesis Esports to not clump up in that same area of play. But now that the smokes are being put right in, MS having a little bit of leap of faith will try to drive past some of these members and just get up close and personal. And this is where it will determine who's going to be the victor of the match.
Oh no, I worry for Amos right now. He will be the one that can actually clutch this one out for the rest of the team. But I love how he's being super cautious about his position. Knowing for the fact he definitely have no clue whether they are indoors or not. He repositioned himself back again. Just in case he kind of misinformed about the position. Master Ichi got clipped quite a number of damage from that nade just now. And Mix just randomly, blindly keep tossing those throwables to just hope and pray will clip on any teammate of GE right now. And Master Ichi will respond to that now, answering with another nade being tossed blindly as well. But Zai's the one who will be the clutch maker for GE. If he can score both of West Point Mamba players, I have no clue where he's standing right now, because all of them is aiming for that Mushroom Tower. Now, if they're not aware of this, it's going to be their bane here for West Point Mamba.
Yeah, and West Point Mamba's clear idea is just to ensure that they keep themselves directly in the center where Phase 9 is just going to slowly close directly into that area of play. And GE has got no other options but to push forward. So they can prone as long as they want to. And West Point Mamba, they're just going to play that waiting game until Master Ichi as well as Iz gets much closer into this spectrum of play. So it is going to be very difficult, and now shots being fired across coming in from MS. Positioning wise, I'm not really liking how it's going to be going for the rest of GE, and now they're being blindsided as well.
Now they're the one who actually keep tossing those smokes around just in case the Blues are closing up their ciphers, and it's definitely shrinking on their end first. GE now slowly closing the gap between West Point Mamba. Master Ichi and Zai hopefully get to see any head peeking out from West Point Mamba, but Migs and Irmas is saying this for Federals will not make this easy. With that AKM, Migs definitely want to go for the push, but discipline. That's a big word for these two teams right now, knowing and respecting each other's performance and their own respective skills. They know for a fact, even though they outnumber GE, they cannot underestimate them. And that's less than a minute away from the zone completely gone. Not even the safe zone is gone. Master Ichi is slowly going forward. He's spotting and not spotting out. He's not looking at the left side, but Zai reposition himself. Wow, Federales, this is gonna be tough. Two of them down. No way! No way this is happening.
Genesis Esports have done it, winning out both games in Erangel for the day. Double chicken dinner to close off our final round Erangel, and yesterday they've done it in Myanmar. Outnumbered but not outgunned. And there's a few questions in my mind right now. West Point Mamba, were they too careful with their position? Were they just holding back because they have all the time in the world to pick it all up, but they were hesitant? They were trying to play it safe, but there is no safety when it comes down to fighting against Genesis Esports. Perfectly timed, even despite the odds. And this are the faces of perfection that we're looking at here from PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard.
I'm speechless. Honestly, I'm super speechless right now because of one. Speaking of the odds, right? Everything was against the condition for GE to get that chicken dinner just now. Master Ichi, this guy looks super young, but his brain is like 2,000 years old. IQ brilliant, 2 million IQ. This
2 million.
Their patience, the way they just make sure that the other team cannot even see them, and making them so hesitant and intimidated because of how they just avoid this vision from the other side. The insecurity they built up towards West Point Mamba is what cost West Point Mamba this game in the first place.
Yeah, this game should not have actually slipped away from West Point Mamba because they played it all too perfectly up till that very final moment, right? Like, once the smoke subsides, that's where they just get overwhelmed with Genesis Esports immediately snapping at those angles where both the left and the right flank fell down, and it's really down to Royale to actually fend off for himself, and he's just sitting up by the corner of the shelter. So it is as epic as it can basically get to really sum up what this Iron Gold match was about. Genesis Esports, they are just making life hard for everybody else, and now that they've already got so many chicken dinners, nothing can stop them.
Call it whatever you want. I want to call them the kings of wildcard in week 1 right now. They got themselves back-to-back chicken dinner in Myanmar yesterday. Heck no, I'm not even surprised they got themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner for Myanmar even, but I'm glad for the fact they're not playing in the last map yesterday. I will not be surprised by tomorrow if this keeps going on the entire day. The chicken banner will be just under GE's name.
Yeah, and like, I guess like with them working so hard for that, like getting a break in Myanmar would be the best thing ever, right? Because with so many points, it's as if that they played 6 rounds instead of 5. So, I mean, everybody plays 4, and this guy's seemingly enough added another 18 points on the block. WPM just losing out on that chicken dinner came in pretty closely, with a total of 11 elimination that matches up to Sin Esports as well. So this match definitely was super close, but GE, they are just too precise, too good of a read, and like you said, Master Ichi has got brilliance of a mind that nobody else has here in PMPL SEA Wildcard so far.
Dominating is an understatement right now. But it's just they are kings. GE is kings of kings in wildcard. 5 chickens, nobody else can beat that. And including those eliminations, they breaking the 100 mark for eliminations. Speaking of balancing out both aggressive and defensive side, they even got the most ranked points. What else can you wish for? And GE, I mean, look, there's so many things that playing through my mind about West Point Mamba. They can just force just now. They just bait with one player to know their position. They didn't do that. I'm surprised. After what they have gone through for this couple of days, why is it so? Why are they just so hesitant fighting against GE only?
Yeah, I guess like they really wanted that chicken dinner so badly. They've already had such a good streak going on, but when push comes to shove, you got to make sure that you utilize all these advantages well enough. And I think you made a fair point. When you have 3 members, you can actually send one to really scout out a hit, and they did not do so, which kind of costed them that dinner. But the numbers still add up pretty well for them. And at the same time, in this match, we see all the Filipino teams really stepping into a better level of play. 4 out of 5 teams in the top 5 consist of teams from the Philippines. So that's definitely something that we will be looking into the future rounds of Angle. What we did see from the second page here is that the biggest victor there is Harami Bro as well as CFU that have been able to play around that built-up power sector. So interesting game so far for today. And GE, they're making this a walk in the park. It's not a competition anymore for them. Like, they can easily just sit out 2 games and still be at number 1.
I mean, like, sorry for shouting, guys. I mean, that was ridiculous. I mean, it's blowing out of our mind because of how things should not be theirs. And you saw the circle just shrinking so fast on their side, right? You definitely mentioned you didn't like the position because of how they just literally being chipped off the blues, but their timing was perfect. And the way they think ahead, that's what's something remarkable because of why, I tell you. They outsmart West Point Mamba by making them think they are in that mushroom tower just now. And they fake it, they bluffed them, and they took it in. For West Point Mamba, they took up the bait.
Yeah, and overall, like, the timing on the smoke as well was what really makes the difference in how they've been able to react so quickly. That really shuts down all the other teams out there. And take a look at this once again. When we hit into Myanmar, these guys are even scarier than the rest of the competition because they've already got 41 frags and the highest damage to really book out of each one of it. So, once more, these are the Titans out there wreaking havoc against everybody else. So, now I really don't have a clue anymore on who else can actually contend. The closest one was West Point Mamba, but if they were ever to battle again, we want to see a decisive strike. No dilly-dallying around for them because this is going to cost them. And West Point Mamba is also a team that's really good in Miramar.
I'm scratching my head right now because I am thinking, okay, and now we get to see Osja Esports versus versus GE. If that happens, provided Osja Esports not being eliminated early, there's so many conditions to meet up until the end. But if there's gonna be a hat trick for GE, I mean, like, the door is that way. Might as well not cause this game anymore because by the end of the day, it's gonna be GE's game.
Yeah, and overall, this whole shenanigans that's happening around the entire game itself is like everybody is slowly taking each other out, and the members of GE, they've not only gotten a formula for them to work around circles, but the scary fact is that when they are low on numbers, they still do so much is the thing that really baffles the both of us, because I've been really wondering, like, you said, oh, maybe if a team fights them very early on, would be able to actually take them out of the game. But I don't really see that being the absolute case because they're so good on those duels, and they have been very elusive on that early game that it's hard to actually find them in the map.
I agree. Elusiveness is the right word. How they evaded those scenarios where if they're being rushed in. We saw 2 times in a row now, and 2 times in a row GE. Okay, even in Sunhawk, they place themselves second. They're close enough to get themselves those chicken. I mean, like, if that's the case, yeah, they already got themselves a hat trick. Close enough. But speaking of the first and second map of Wrangle, both maps ended up with only duo as a start. We're talking about as a start because 2 players of GE being eliminated way too early. There was West, one of the first few being knocked down before, and they're being taken off, picked off by one. And one thing I noticed about GE, the moment they realized one of the players being knocked down at the back, they are quite far apart, a bit isolated between themselves, very segregated. They didn't try to invest too much to help their teammate. It's like, you know, you're a man, you can live by yourself, right? Basically a man for himself. So that's the case for GE until the end of it, where they really need to work out as a unit for the entire team. That's where all the other teams start to regroup again, and usually it's always the top 5.
Yeah, and I guess, like, this is definitely going to be a tough game here inside of Miramar that we're going to be looking for to see if perhaps a very huge curveball will actually overthrow this kingdom of GE that has been established from yesterday till today. Very likely not to be the case unless if it's a circle just like what we saw back in Lipovka from yesterday's run to be able to actually overwhelm them. And that to be said, I guess from yesterday we've already seen a lot of great teams thriving in this map itself. But GE definitely is going to be the constant pick for us because they're just not showing any form of flaws. WPM really have been able to ramp up in terms of getting those kill points as well as positioning. Well, Sin, remember in the round that they played earlier in South Angle, they've already gotten themselves close to double digit, even despite those circumstances where they would have to play as two. It was only Holy Lanju as well as FV alive, so I fancy their chances here moving into this Myanmar match.
I don't know, for me personally, I feel like Sin is way stronger when it comes to Wrangle. That's the best map that they've been displayed in the earlier days of the week. We haven't seen the best of them when it comes to Myanmar yet, but I feel I want to change my prediction now because I do want to see Asia Esports versus GE in this case, because the next one, this is going to be the last map of GE playing for the day. And imagine that kind of mindset. They already got themselves almost a hat-trick here. And I'm not surprised that they really pushed all out for this last map even. Because, I mean, like, GE is out of control right now. I feel like they don't belong in wildcard region anymore. Might as well just place them in PMSL right here, right now. These guys are on different tier of levels. And it feels like they are over-dominating over all the other teams out there that nobody else can take them out from the throne seat.
Yeah, believe me, if I even push this envelope even further to say that they are a PMWI type of team right now at this form that they do have, because you probably said it best from yesterday that this team looks as if they were to play as if they are like Nova Esports in particular. And I would say it's an exact carbon copy because when it comes down to individual mechanics and play style, it's very, very different. But the form of execution that this team has is just so strong when it comes down to decision making, so strong when it comes down to their level of team fights, that it has been pretty much a breeze for them for most part that they've been playing for the past 2 days, right? So now I'm just looking forward to see, you know, what else is there left in the tank, because there are those teams that are somewhere in the middle of the pack that have proved to be like the contenders here. And also, as a little bit of a news flash, moving into today, Yangon Galacticos did decently in the first game. Second game, I don't think we really get to really see them because were they actually playing in the past game? Not too sure, but Myanmar probably they can actually show up a little bit more to put the challenge.
They did play in the last game, but they were having some difficulties coming up from the northern side just now. I think because there's too many teams up there. I think for GE, the next contender is going to be just take their internet out. That's it. That's the only solution to fight against GE. Nothing else.
That's probably the biggest problem for every gamers out there. You take out the internet, there's no competition. But hopefully that does not happen to anybody here, because we want all 16 teams to be on board this plane. And we're about to start in less than a minute from now. So predictions, you guys there in the chat. I know you guys can write GE all you want, but show some love to all the other teams that are battling here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League SEA Wildcard. So, Choo, could it be a triple chicken dinner? I wonder, but you know what? We'll figure it out ourselves as we dive right in to Myanmar.
They can be a record holder for chicken dinners right now. Yes, the most chicken dinner, but can they get a hat trick? They definitely got themselves a back-to-back back then. They had so much back-to-back, by the way. I mean, like, let me recheck this. Yeah, Sin got themselves a double chicken back then in day number 1, but it was 2 different maps, Wrangle and Roma. And that's what I said about Sin, right? they got really great performance in day one, but when it comes to the rest of the week, it feels like they are slowing down, or it's just the other teams getting better and they're just having a hard time to catch up. But for GE, you thought yesterday was like a really good day, one-shot thing. Yeah, they got double chicken back-to-back in Murama, and they got back-to-back in Wrangell. Now, can they finish their day off with a hat-trick? Can Ozja Esports stop them? I do want to see Ozja Esports, West Point Mamba, KE, and even GE in the top 5 by end of this map. I want to see that happen.
And that is a huge potential for it to happen because all of them are in this particular group order for this form of matchup. But this form of a center circle will definitely prove to be a little bit more challenging for some teams more than the other, because this flight path starts off from the south side of Puerto Paraíso. So a lot of traveling has to be done before they actually commit themselves into the fight. One of the teams that are gonna be pretty far away that we've been highlighting is Sin, that's gonna start off from El Azhar, which have to bypass this death trap of a valley between Enigma, YG, if they would actually move towards El Pozo's section with that highway. And even worse if you were to cut into the direct middle, because there's KE, there's PvE, and so many more. So this itself definitely will be pretty exciting to see what turns out by the end of the round, because there's ample possibilities of who really gets the better end of the stick.
Look at that gap. 63 points. 63 is sitting on 63 points of gap for GE. Honestly, do you think they can catch up to this by tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to be the last day here, Contra. For week number one.
The only way that I actually see this happening is for West Point Mamba to take this chicken dinner home and then later on take another chicken dinner to match up to GE's double chicken dinner today. Then only we will say the gap is being closed. It could also be FOD, but from the looks of it, FOD has been flip-flopping around. One game good, another game goes a little bit more horribly from what they would have preferred. So I'm not too certain. And when we thought that Yango Galacticos would be a top contender, they are not really in the best of form since yesterday. Carrying it forward to today, because they only breached that triple-digit mark with, 4 games to play out to even get there when they were only a few digits away.
4 games will be enough. I'm calculating in my head right now. We haven't got ourselves the 20 eliminations yet by far. The highest still holding up by the side of Ozja Esports, 18 kills in yesterday's Wrangell first map. But
true enough.
I mean, close enough. That's the closest contender for GE, but they are on different level. I'm like, I casted their game last season. This is not the GE that I saw in the last season. This feels like a GE that went to the gym and ate whey protein, put some mass up, and so buff, even, just crazy buffed up. Incredible improvement within very short amount of time.
Yeah, you know what they say, new year, new me. Their resolution this year is to really win the world title from the looks of it. So, of course, it does take time to actually get to where they need to be, and that's what we love to see in all levels of competition. Doesn't matter if you start today or tomorrow. Like, every day, if you ensure that you have grown at least a few percentage, in 3 months' time, you're already at least close to 99%, right? So that's what we're actually seeing from Justice Esports on that growth rate from just one season. And that is what all the fans coming from Myanmar and all over Southeast Asia have grown to love about them.
Swear to God, West Point Mamba right now, I feel like they are devastated because they're so close of getting that chicken in the previous map. You know, the fact that GE managed to shake their minds here with their vibe. with only, even though they were outnumbered before, it shows how good they are right now for GE. I wish I can say they are that caliber of playing PMWI, but I want to see, can they get themselves PMSL Championship first? Because we never had in the history of PUBG Mobile, we casted so many years together, Contra.
Yeah.
Not even once we have Wildcard taking the championship in Southeast Asia PMPL.
And the only few teams that have actually came really close to actually challenge for the championship title was, Yangon Galacticos with a very different roster back then to be making it into a top 3, top 4 kind of finish. Orange Esports, the first team to qualify, but never really the champions. And I think this might just be the season to actually change all of that. So KE here opens up with the top, getting the first blood against FOD, and seemingly enough, the trend starts to continue for FOD to have troubles in the very early game. They lose 1 or 2 members, and then after that, it will be a constant struggle for them for the course of the games that they were to be playing. So they need to start avoiding all these early pickoffs at all costs.
Oh, can they? Because KE is hunting people down. We do know KE love those frags. A lot of Philippine teams also love their frags more than the rest of the others, like including Rank, Point, and as well as Loot. They don't have a care in the world as long as they can get those frags early on. On the side of CF, this is going to be the team that really having a tough time. They had some good runs in the first 2 days, but then they start to dwindle down. I think the team's just getting better, honestly. I mean, GE is nowhere near that good in that first day. I mean, we saw them playing a bit lower, a bit low profile, not popping so much in day number 1, but day number 2, after they did some VOD reviews, they revised the rotations of all the other teams, having a bit of discussion between themselves. They just formulated themselves a miracle run in this wildcard. I mean, if we can pick their brains and their coach, if we can interview them, it would be great to see what change that actually they made to be up to this level.
Yeah, I really do wonder what exactly have given them that form of a boost in such a short span amount of time, right? And how crazy it is to really compare, as we saw Devon actually getting 1 member knocked out from the side of the big, but we will be pushing forward to see if they could basically catch Spooky off guard. It's now being cooked up, so KE, they will eventually wrap things around though, but all these members from Enigma on the bottom floor is going to give a little bit more trouble towards the side of Kaya. And the rest of the party is just arriving to the scene. KE got them all surrounded right now.
Back to us. KE really want to go for blood here. Brute force their way into the compound of Enigma. Spooky already more than prepared to toss that net. A bit too early right now. A bit premature for the explosion. Didn't hit anybody. Devani with a mini 14. Boyshon repositioned himself way further than the rest of them. A bit isolated, but enough to be the flanker for Enigma to scatter themselves inside. Kaya want to bridge in, was stopped by Cooper around the windows. KE top will try to revive his teammate, but in the meantime, he needs to knock on 1 down. The mollies will make it even harder for KE to go in for the rush. Cooper had himself some DBS to work. QB, here comes. But Devon, Kansi kept jumping out. The top, just next to him. He landed those shots done. It's a well execution as well. Top and Enigma having such a long fight here that all the teammates will have to reunite in the middle. And the ones losing here might be Enigma.
And KE have trampled upon them, and all the kills is actually going in the hands of the top. This player is just on an absolute rampage. That aside, right, KE, that form of aggression have also costed them at least 1 player. It was Kaya that tried to start off the fight first, and he was willing to sacrifice in order for them to be able to win out the trade with him crawling around. So good going for KE. And you want to know what's crazy? If you compare KE's total points, they doubled that. That is what they need to achieve to get to GE.
That's why I mentioned, can they catch up when West Point Mamba A bit of a blunder happened with those self-nates by their own respective team because might be confused with Few's footsteps here. Harami Bro got this opportunity at their best possible timing. But at the same time, Few a bit hesitant to push in because the rest of the team is a bit too far. They're giving support fire from very long range. Where Mem trying to go alongside with Few trying to flee but shot down by a Muzz. I'm not sure what's going through Few's mind, who is going into the lair of West Point Mumba all by himself just now.
Yeah, I guess like he's hoping to actually give them a little bit more of that element of surprise and then have the rest of bros to be joining from the back. But there wasn't enough of manpower for them to work with because the distance of a coverage to even set that one up was so difficult. And that form of a warehouse of compound is such a strong defensive shield for the rest of West Point Mamba that to even break in, you will definitely need more than 2 members out there. So Few definitely overheated in that form of an instance. Now, the fights eventually will take place around the outskirts of Chumachera. So that will also mean that all the teams from the north side, they will need to join in really soon. Whereas GE, they're moving in from the northern part, being a little bit separated as West Carry is joining late to the party from the north. You probably spot a few vehicles moving in alongside with him. Whereas we have a little bit of a sticky situation for the rest of HWG as well as FVMPX.
Seems dicey if they want to overstay themselves here because of the blues and it's just too close behind their back. For FV, they will be the one to push forward. Have to go through HWG for that case. HWG we spotted only 2 players here. I'm not sure where are the others of HWG for now. But they're trying to keep the entirety of the squad of FV.
They're just going to try to play this from
I think they're taking the high mountains. You saw the vehicles up there. I think those are HWG players. They're so far apart. But at the same time, because just because Few is guarding over their back end as well. So if HWG want to take this fight, they have to know for a fact they're jeopardizing their own position here. They can actually back out and just flee and just go in gatekeep from the inner circle. But instead, Alpha being left here, he got no place to go because the timing is just a bit too late for him to exit out because the rest of FV will rush in and corner him any way possible.
Well, Magic's been able to at least deal all this damage. FV gets that clear cleanup, but the blue zone is already arriving. Stage 3 is going to hurt them much quicker than they thought so. So now that they need to be on wheels, it's going to be a free shooting range for the rest that have been waiting alongside. And Raul first wants to actually fight a few bullets coming out of these members that's been lying in wait. So FV, at least they are in a safe area of play already. They should be able to cut across a little bit better once they do wait it out. But this whole terrain across Chumachera is not going to leave all too much room for teams to always be planted safe when you are coming from the outskirts. So they got to really prepare their weaponry for any form of battle that will be coming up a hit. Whereas GE, they have finally regrouped and they need to deal with KE later on, just like how they did for the past couple of rounds, I do believe. But as for Sin, they're not going to have any form of real estate needing to deal with Falcon as well.
Well, Esports, I feel like I want to root for them just to see if they can end up with GE versus Osja. Because we did witness West Pomama versus GE just now. And now I do want to see when it comes to coming up from Osja Esports, can they do it better than West Pomamba? But back to the side of Skyline, the thing about West Pomamba, sometimes they are a bit too reckless regarding their positions, a bit too far apart for those support fire. But at least I feel like they're taking Magna into the matter of their hands, with Skyline trying to rejoin the entire team as a group, trying to really force themselves to finish off Magna as soon as they can. But if not being careful, Magna firepower is really good. It's just when it comes to tactical wise, that is where the factor kicks in. They need to really try to sharpen those skills. But when it comes to individual firepower, they're just incredible. Instead of FV, they realize they need to get up from this hill because it's not even in the circle. But which way to go? Because the FV is waiting on the other end, and PBE is chasing their tails behind their back.
This is going to be a tough fight for them as well, just playing by the corners of the slope. And here comes Ravenwood crashing into the compound where CFU is currently at. There's not much protection, so they're just spread apart 2-2 for the side of CFU. But where's the rest of Ravenwood? They will have to have a full squad in order to really clear the sector entirely. But now that they actually have a good clue of the whereabouts for all these other players, they will be able to find a little bit more damage to be done with those grenades being locked out. Perfectly executed coming in from CFU.
Hang need to have a bit of a reload. While Hyena Ravenwood left with one player here. I'm not sure where is that one player sitting at right now. On the side of CFU, it's going to be Zappo, the last one, but West Point Mamba take a turn of this event. CFU greeted and warmly welcome and surprised at this point. Well, bros. Bro and Mem can finish off Zappo, but is that going to be the last player for Pro as well? No, they still have a trio. So with a mini 14, definitely knows Zappo's whereabout due to the smokes being popped out right across him just now, while Range trying to find a higher range long shot fights against FOD, possibly the next contender. But Zappo, how to survive this? She's being spotted out by two teams at the same time, and now we're looking at Killfit favoring GE taking on YG. You mentioned about YG, that happens to be the target of GE for now.
Yeah, and I guess that for now, some of all these teams do have really good positioning where they can just hold on into some of all these compounds that they have from Chumacera. So this is just all the other teams from the outside. Their own. Eventually, that will have to give way, and that is going to be Ravenwood eliminated once again early into the match of Miramar, where Bro took a little bit of damage. But I think Bro's in a really interesting position as well, with two members being so separated from the rest of the squad. It is going to be a little bit of a challenge for them to really get in for a regroup. And looking at Pop, finally seeing him actually getting into the match itself. We have not really seen him play too many games alongside with Okja, but perhaps he is the master of Miramar of Cambodia that can actually lead their way to victory.
PBE trying to force Yatka down, but he's playing so well around the stairs. Yahiko, two knock willingly giving their bodies straight on top of those stairs. Yatka not even breaking any sweat with those shotguns to break them down. And this might be walking straight into their own grave if not being careful. Close to being knocked entirety down. PBE stuck in a position they caught themselves in. Yatka just clutched with a shotgun 1v3 by himself.
That is absolutely crazy. Where the whole squad of PBE was just hunting him out, but this guy just goes in to really show them who exactly is boss. And I don't even have words to actually say about how that actually went disastrously for the rest of PBE. And I'm still looking forward to nerf to that DPS, if ever the case, because this seems to be the shotgun meta that has been ruling for a couple of seasons already. And I think it's about time we actually see some changes to be implemented. But that's my opinion out of the many. So Magna, they do find Romeo Boy. That is going to be picked for the time being, but the entire squad of YG is just going to be inside. So perfect time to strike is right now. Magna, they're already finding it difficult with Boy SG being brought down very early on with Vector straight right at him. And that's Mal trading right back. One more member left, and oh my goodness, Magna got the surprise from the back.
I think Magna were forced to go into the compound of YG just now, because early on we saw the kill feed. It was GE take a bit of a spray towards the players of Magna. I think it was Labo being knocked down from afar, and due to that they realized their positions are compromised and trying to move themselves indoors. But the moment they decided to do that, you know what, YG just had it better when it comes to those CQC. Nonetheless, they also outnumbered by YG due to they being knocked down a couple of players from the outside. So Magna were forced to get into that, and GE, they're going that unpunished as well, but into somebody else's business. But for the side of HWG versus FB, We saw them going parallel way for such a long time. Even CFU is around the corner. And West Point Mamba will take this into their advantage.
And West Point Mamba have been the sentinel around this area of play where they're just really holding the southern side for most part, and members of the side of HWG will find it very difficult to get anywhere out of that shack for the time being. The rest of FV solely trolling upon the members of CFU. Nades have been lobbed, but not going to be finding the mark against Hang. Did he actually spot out a member out of West Point Mamba pushing out, or it's this is not really the place that they basically contest for far too long, so it is rather tough to actually seek out any form of a kill from this form of distance. But Andrew, after taking those fights early on, they would have Andrew to once again go up against a challenge, this time against Asya, and these two are just going for a full-blown battle before they set up for
Outside of West Point Mamba, they are trying to heavily guarding towards the southern part of the circle, while GE coming up from the north unscathed, unpunished, and not contended by KE even. Ozja Esports sharing the same spot as YG, coming into knocking on their door and try to flush them out. But can YG hold their ground? Never mind, that Molly answered it for us all. Because right now YG has to have to lay low and place themselves at 13th spot because they are nowhere near getting those numbers up. Left with only one player rush in, and that's just it. Sealing the deal for Ozja Esports. They managed to get themselves back up their feet with Renza sacrificing himself as the front line, but that was a great entry by him with that molly to flush those guys. But AV on the other hand, holding at the edge of the blue zone against HWG, and they are just so open, barefoot towards West Point Mamba's eyes as well. And these guys just having these two teams like Thanksgiving Day.
And what West Point Mamba has just basically hold on to that high fortress up towards his heels, where FV, they have no choice but to actually force their way out of here. Art will be picked off from the vehicle, and that leaves only DD solo health, and he will also be spotted out by Mishi as well. And where is the final member of FV? Doesn't seem like there is a case for them to survive much longer. 11th place finish for the side of FV FPX. And West Point Mamba already 5 of a streak and now hunting out for the rest of HWG. There's just more records for them to actually claim, but here comes Range. He's got a little bit of a trouble of his own earlier, now have already cleared the sector up with FOD on the other corner of the map. As much as this region seemed to be safe, later on they still need to deal with West Point Mamba when they march in.
Falcon got a very strong hole to guard over to. They also got themselves at the rim of a circle. Sin on the other hand have a lot of trouble to just get themselves squeezed into the safe zone. Small knockdown here. Master Ichi tried to toss those nades, but took him a bit too long. GE, can they stop their back-to-back chicken dinner? Will it be the answer for them? Their Bane, their Arc Nemesis who is going to Ozja Esports, or will it not? They knock on 2 and 3 with the smallest and throwables, and nothing stopping them. We thought they were losing, but never mind. Ozja Esports in a turmoil. Puffball and Skynin left. They still knock on Zai multiple times. Zai's on his knees now, but can they finish him off? They dead. And Ozja decided, you know what, we can fight you back. But GE will not stand down either. They know for a fact they need this high ground. They cannot and can no way go back down, but they decided, you know what, never mind, we go back down. Since there's only 2 of them, it's not worth investing so much against a team. They already took one of their teammates down. They want to go for survival.
Yeah, this is a better play coming in from the rest of GE as well. Now that they found themselves that perfect defensive ditch that they can basically hide in the corner, and also does have a shack for them to at least hold for their own. Taking precautions here to make sure that nobody's going to be staying inside. So great check coming in from Master Ichi. But for the time being, they also did negate a lot of the dangers. But the other problem is if Falcon decides to rotate right now, that is going to be the biggest worry if Falcon rotates to the right. So FOD, they found themselves a little bit of a cover right underneath that hill. So every other team that's currently out of position, especially for West Point Mamba, They go into uncharted territories, and this is where Federalis might just meet the rest of FOD.
For FOD, because of how GE repositioned himself and popped that smoke away, they were attracted to that attention entirely. Didn't see that West Point Mamba just on top of them, and West Point Mamba take a reign over the high grounds. 2 teams at a time that they're shutting them out. KE and as well as Falcon, maybe FOD and even Falcon in this case. John on his knees. Easy have to go and help his teammate, while Falcon and Joseph is too far apart right now because of how GE plays himself right across them. But in the meantime, GE saved by Falcon because they just parked themselves in between FOD and GE.
And this is possibly the best case scenario of the finish that we're looking for. The top teams of Myanmar now do hand-in-hand combat, and they are just having regions of their own to hold out. West Point Mamba has already secured about 9 takedowns overall inside of this matchup, and they are poised in position to eventually close out the gap against GE, although it will take a couple of games. But just look at this dominance here from the top of the hill. Emas even finds them with a vector. Ridiculous shots coming out of Emas, and now there is just going to be troubles lying up ahead for Falcons because they have to hide in the smoke. And the moment that they pop out, damage will be done. And here goes Mix, finding another against FOD.
They're trying to break the record again. 12 elimination for West Point Mamba for now and have themselves a bit of a pickup to do. They're back to full squad, healthy and alive. Now, can they shut down towards the side of GE this time? Playing against in Miramar for their second match between West Point Mamba and GE, but nobody giving GE enough attention. That might be their bane here. For the side of Falcon, they definitely want to take down on West Point Mamba. They were too attracted towards their firepower before, and also the fire shot being opened up just now definitely distracted all these teams just to eye out to the side of West Point Mamba. Everybody wants a piece of them, including Boyshon, who happen to be next to West Point Mamba and might be the backstabber if they're not being careful.
Yeah, Boyshon could just basically keep himself quiet for the time being. Just wait for all these teams to fight out so that they can actually play for positioning points. But we know Boyshon to be pretty lethal when he does find himself an opportunity. So for now, it's not really the best point to strike. Falcon in a very dire situation. They can't move out. They can't even find those picks against West Point Mamba. Even if they tried, they've only gotten 2 so far in the back. But if they can hold out against West Point Mamba and actually win the trade, the chicken dinner can be very likely in their hands because they were the ones with the most numbers of players alongside with WPM. So GE, they're just going to wait it out, though they are not really in the best positioning possible because they are still going to be on the outskirts. So phase 9 is where everybody will have to take it to the street of this junction. Falcon will be the first target that WPM wants to strike.
If that happens, the one's winning again, it might be GE. They might actually score that hat trick that they've been waiting for. But on the side of Falcon, they did separate the Cloud. But what really concerned me is Cloud is looking the other way towards just West Point Mamba. Nobody is eyeing out except for West Point Mamba. Emas is looking at GE. For Falcon, none of them realize they're being actually spotted out, scouted by the rest of GE. Now, Federalis, he needs to choose the poison wisely. He needs to pick which team he wants to go down first. And it's going to be D2Y on his knees. Federalis and West Point Mamba, Falcon, having a fight against each other. But the high grounds is just too slippery for them. The slope is just too steep. Falcon, Goblin taking on Mex. It's going to be 1-2-1 trade for each of them. But GE being spotted out by Emas. He's being eyeing them out forever. Now, it's down to Emas making sure that GE cannot even take advantage of this.
Yeah, great suppression shots coming in from Emas, and that really leaves nothing to chance. And Master EG! West Carry, the rest of GE, they get those knocks against WPM. Damage being done. Falcon has a little bit of lifeline in the hopes that they will be able to survive. Goblin just right under the noses of West Point Mamba. Couldn't really have angles for those shots. But GE, they're doing the unthinkable again. They really got to spot out Emas though. And this draws to a close. West Point Mamba left with only 1 member remaining. Falcon here, numbers advantage, but firepower and angles-wise, GE, they can see everything.
It's no more numbers advantage because of the blue zone itself. They have to move forward. Like it or not, GE playing so well, even though they got the lower terrain. Who cares? Emma's got the high grounds, yes. All he needs to do is just pick out at this very moment and take advantage. But he's taking the blue zone too much. West Point Mamba down. This is no way. No way. No freaking way. This is happening again.
And there we go. 2 versus 1. And it's Small St. Cloud. And they have done it. Triple chicken dinner for Genesis Esports. Unbelievable.
I'm done. I mean, like you mentioned, they don't have the space, they don't have the place, they don't have the grounds, they have nothing. But they do have too much brains. They practically, each player have 100 brains in them. From different era of generations, from whatever dynasty is all in their brains right now. I don't know how they did it. How did they do it? And we saw West Point Mamba almost keep giving this pressure on them. They just casually switch over their focus towards those on high ground, knowing for the fact that Small Shack will cover them from a must. Carry West, well, I mean every single person in GE is just super valuable right now. There's nothing can stop them.
They're on an absolute different level. These are the bees that devoured the whole of the wildcard first week. And mind you, from where they left off, the past 5 games are all chicken dinner. I counted from yesterday's Myanmar until today. They have gotten all of these chicken dinners in the bag. My goodness. This is undoubtedly the best team that we have right now here across the SEA Wildcards. No flaws, no signs of weakness, pure determination and grit all displayed to us. And you can basically rave about all the other things that happened throughout the course of this Myanmar battle, but in that case of a scenario where we see a little bit of a rematch going on between West Point Mamba as well as GE, they still could not stop these 2 members out there.
Hat trick.
We are left with no words.
Hat trick in a day, a back-to-back at that. Back-to-back with a duo, not even a full squad. How? Why? What? When? What else can I ask for? What happened to them during their off-season? What did they do during the off-season after that PMSL? That definitely hit them so hard during PMSL. They thought they're the strongest. They got into PMSL by qualifying into PMSL in the first place. And now they're just a different... They're not even monsters. They're not even a living thing. They're just a different being entirely.
These are just robots at work, aliens to ask me. Despite them getting the chicken dinner, they are bested by West Point Mamba by a singular digit of kills, and we saw how hard WPM actually work it out and have the leverage of the terrain until they have been met with pressure coming in from both Falcon as well as GE. But I think the most painful way to deal with that was West Point Mamba needing to actually invite the bullet against these members of GE that found that flank angle, found it from right underneath those hills to really hold them all back. 2 times West Point Mamba gets denied, but this time WPM ensures that they are remaining on the top by the end of that.
200! You know what? GE don't play tomorrow. Nobody gonna snatch a crown away. 6 chicken? And the only map that didn't score any chicken right now is gonna be just Sunhawk. The only map. And they got 2nd place just now.
This is a form of dominance that I have not seen from any region for the longest of time.
Back then it was RRQ. The only time.
Yeah.
RRQ Tina, that's it.
And other than Arceotina, maybe Bigatron Raid Aliens during the grand finals of the PMCO Global. Like, these feeds don't just simply come by. these form of feeds are really true hard work and knowing how well your teammates can basically offer in every particular match. And I think like everybody's really playing a big role, right? Other than Master Ichi, we saw Wes really showing up in many of all these instances to pull off these clutch plays. I guess like
Goosebumps.
GE, they can sleep well right after this, because one thing, they don't have a match right after. And what else do they have to worry about tomorrow? What else do they have to worry about?
Well, they should worry if their performance can fight PMSL this time, because they're aiming for that. They're aiming for more. It definitely shows more effort than last season. And not just that, that's their last map. They ended up the same pattern with high note by the end of the day. This is... in the history of PUBG Mobile that we casted together, and even we don't cast together, this is the first time this sort of wildness in Wildcard haven't been displayed. I'm super excited and happy, and I want them to be the champions of PMSL. I really do. I just hope they don't get nervous, and that's it. And fingers crossed that might gonna happen. With the hat-trick today, nothing else can be said for GE. Whatever you guys want to say, we are understating this team. I mean, like, man, you gotta be kidding me. But before we're heading into our last Miramar map, which we don't have GE, thank God. If not, it's gonna be entirety of GE by the end of the day. We're gonna head to break for a bit. See you guys after this.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Wildcard Fall 2023. And it's Chuchu alongside with Contra. And today is such a special day because we are witnessing history in the making with GE's dominance, where they back not only 3 chicken dinners in a row, but they started off today with a second place finish as well. This team is the epitome of consistency.
I make it as 4 chickens in a day because Sunhawk, they got second place anyways. If they actually secure Sunhawk earlier today, I have nothing else to talk about. Okay, analysis wise, GE. That's
Yeah.
it.
2 letters, full stop.
PMPL Wildcard GE.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that is going to be the case right now, because if you guys are avid fans of PUBG Mobile Esports, whether if it's just around Southeast Asia, SEA Wildcards, or even globally, you don't get to see this level of play every day. And first, before we start off our final round of the night, we once again introduce you to the ultimate set that's coming up really soon, where you can get your hands on the Crimson Effluence. I have problems pronouncing
FELTs. FELTs.
FELTs.
Yeah, there you go.
FELT. So it's kind of like letters, right? So
Yeah.
yes, with this, you can basically seize all the glory like GE did.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the graphics. The chat is ridiculously hilarious because of what David said, Western Mamba father is GE. GE is the father of them all, honestly. And I agree with you guys. I did mention earlier on, the only thing that we can stop GE right now is just make sure they don't have internet. That's we talked about West Point Mamba 2 times in a row. West Point Mamba ended up fighting GE, right? I mean, you guys know the drill. Yeah, there's Ducati. Yeah, great. Compared GE to Ducati, we can see GE only. No more Ducati, right? But yeah, speaking of West Pomomba, they had 2 games in a row to have a fight against GE. They lost both of it. We didn't get to see Osja Esports fighting against GE. But sadly, we don't have GE in the next map. I do want to see that as an ending. And top 3, West Pomomba, Osja Esports, and GE. They would be ridiculous to watch, right? It would be super fun to watch because you can see who get to outsmart who. Because right now, GE is playing with their brains. 100,000% on brains.
And I think, like, with West Point Mamba doing so well, they get overshadowed with all these chicken dinners going their way. Like, West Point Mamba is such a good team, but there is this team that continuously stops them on the very final hustle, and just that repeatedly definitely is very heartbreaking. But you know what? Enough of heartbreaks. Get yourself all these Royale Pass, saving up UCs, and of course going into the Battleground to explore a brand new mode in case, you know, you get too tired playing ranked games and you're always constantly getting 16th place. Why not have some fun with dinosaurs instead?
Yeah. Yeah, my mind is elsewhere right now. I can't get over it. There's no way for me to get over that one. Oh man, and also when it comes to the next map, right, we don't have Group D playing. So I did notice one more thing about our previous ranking just now. West Point Mamba will be the only team with the least chicken on the top 3. They got only 1 chicken. Now that speaks a lot for them as well. And we did mention early on regarding, you know, maybe Osja Esports is the next contender against GE, but so far I feel like West Point Mamba has been stepping up their game as well. It's all about hesitations, whether they're willing to take the risk or not. It's like you don't want to be intimidated by GE by mind games, but feels like Master Ichi really is the big brain, but there's also Zai just now alongside with West. So I guess all of them have big brains. So they are all Einstein level of IQ for these guys.
Yeah, I gotta say so myself. And I guess when it comes down to these form of situations, teams will just have to focus on themselves than to actually look at the leaderboard, because in no way that you're going to be able to particularly catch up to GE, then you're basically fighting for you to stay afloat in the competition. And I'm looking out for these guys out there. Sure, maybe the performance isn't as explosive as compared to what we saw on the record in Erangel, but earlier, what we saw inside of that Myanmar match, they did secure quite a lot of takedowns, and Falcon, they did survive very late into the game, and maybe now, without the presence of GE and perhaps even West Point Mamba not being in the scene. So are they playing this match? Just to double check on this. Well, we'll get to that later on, but you get the drill, right? Like, these are the teams that have been able to show up. Harami Bro, I think what they did earlier did cost them. They should be able to fix it this game.
But at the same time, Harami Bro is such a step up if you compare with day number 2 and 3, showing they have more confidence than before. And not just that, they particularly quite consistent today when it comes to getting those top 5 and top 6. They have been up there for quite a day here today. But instead of YG, I feel like this is where they start to slip down. That's why I put them on my prediction here, hoping they make a comeback by end of the day, realizing that, you know what, we just need to really have those confidence boosting up and just have it a go. Sin, on the other hand, they have the potential, yes. It feels like, right now, that's GE, right? GE on a different planet. And we have the moon, right? The moon comprises of Ozja Esports and West Point Mamba. Down there we have Earth. Where Earth we do have is like the teams that kind of clumped up together. I say it's the middle pack. YG, Falcon, FOD, Bro, Sin. Feels like they are in the same group of teams that struggling to overcome the teams on the moon and on a different planet. You get my knowledge in this. I have no other way to say it.
Yeah, or, you know, like, if there are people who love superheroes, it really feels like this is the state where Thanos just got himself all the rings by really taking everybody out.
GE is Thanos.
It doesn't really end up with this Titan being taken down. This is the alternate reality where this king of the galaxy is basically ruling for days in, days out, and there's just nothing that you can basically do about that, right? So for now, the king is taking a break. So finally, a chance for other teams to have an equal footing.
And a chicken.
Yes,
at least a chicken.
Yes. And the only other team that has gotten this today was KE. Right?
No,
was it
it was FOD in Sunhawk. That was
FOD,
like
yeah.
like ancient times. Now we saw triple chicken by GE, and they got second on the first map. And speaking of which, if you call the analogy of Thanos is GE, then we have to agree that West Point Mamba is somehow Iron Man, and they died against Thanos as some sort of way. Like
oh. I hope you guys have already watched that movie.
Sorry for the spoilers,
you know, we don't mind because, like, it's been so many years. You should have watched it already, anyways. But yeah, that's a really good point. But Iron Man, you know, like there's a good way to put it. In this chapter itself, West Point Mamba definitely wears very different hats in every scenario of the game. They've shown that in Angle, they've been able to do decently. In Myanmar, they are even better from the looks of it. So I'm just seeing this as Iron Man changing into different kind of suits to really apply to different types of battle. And I think, like, that's what West Point Mamba kind of looks like right now.
Oh, speaking of which, right? Yeah, I feel like there's no way for GE to finally close in to get that Sunhawk chicken, because they're not going to play Sunhawk anymore tomorrow nor today. So I think they lost the chance to actually dominate all the maps with chickens, because we do know they have double chicken in Miramar yesterday, double chicken in Wrangell, Plaza Miramar today. Now we do want to see a different team coming up strong this time. So let's head into our last Miramar of the day in day 4 PMPL Wildcard South Asia.
since we're on movie references, right? Like earlier, we talked about superheroes and their journey. I think this time we're going to take it to the skies and talk about the stars of the 16 teams that will be contesting, because they finally have a new home.
When that team is not playing. It's so sad to put that bar of hope when Group D is not playing. And Group D is an entire different monster, really. FOD, GE, West Point, Mumba. Now, we do have the other monster, which is going to be Osja Esports. But we didn't see a lot of Osja Esports last one because they've been eliminated due to the crossfire between 3 to 4 teams where they stand. But it's all about the circle. But I cannot get over it. How do you win when everything is against you? All the odds are against you. You saw it just now.
Yeah, and even with such immense situations like that, this team really knows how to still be composed in how they've been able to coordinate their attacks, and that's what makes GE so scary. And other teams, they better start learning and really look back into these videos into assessing how can we fight at the same pacing, the same kind of tenacity that GE brings to the table. And the fight actually starts now, because tomorrow's gonna be the last day of the first week itself before the group shuffles. And by then, you know, who knows, one of these 300 teams will be stuck in the same group with GE. So for West Point Mamba, I'm pretty sure that they're happy to switch into other groups and not be stuck with GE all the time. So
I feel
that
like
being said, of course,
that it will not be the case. That's gonna be, you know, maybe I feel like maybe 1-5 and 7. Was it 7? 1-5, 11 and 17. Was it 16 place? Will be in the same group. Usually it's like that. So if you want to be in the same group of GE, make sure you place yourself in that certain positions.
It's like, oh no, we're going close to that number. We don't want to get points this round. No, we're not gonna do that. So you still gotta play for yourself. Like, what they're playing for in week 1 is to secure maximum amount of ranking points to close off the week, so that they can carry forward those respective points to bring forward for those of you guys who are tuning in for the first time. So that's how the format works, right? So if you are number 1, you get 20 points. You're number 2, you get 19 points, and the list goes on. So I guess Falcon, it's either they really have to beat Sin Esports this round, or maybe have Anchor PUBG to climb up. Then they will be safe.
But speaking of Anchor PUBG, like, Exit is always the one that actually doing the heavy lifting for APG, but we haven't seen the best of them when it comes to day 2, 3, 4 here. So I wouldn't put so much into APG for now, because I feel like the one that's really having those momentum going is going to be Osja Esports. They're still holding the record of 18 eliminations, the highest by far by a team. And for YG, they still have that individual highest by Loki in this particular map. It's going to be 11 by a person to shut down all the other teams. But yeah, it's 11 by himself. I mean, that's record breaking, because last season, if I'm not mistaken, the most by a single player getting those eliminations is 10.
And that itself tops it by 1, and it's still a staggering feat, right? Like, imagine you treat this lobby itself as if it was just solo squad. You're just basically stomping out pubs out there. But this is not the case, right? Like, this is pro play. For this to happen in such a level is rarely heard of, other than players that have been well regarded all over the world, like Ryzen back in the days, and you have so many of all these names coming in from all the other regions of Southeast Asia that has been able to really put those numbers up, like Newsy. So other than that, these teams, we've seen enough of individual skills, but when it comes down to working out as a team, I think like that is basically the most crucial part. And Game Lab today has been really showing finesse, running over one of these members out there to secure themselves a point of their own to make it the first blood.
And why do you have to sacrifice a first play? I think they were trying to find vehicles just now, so didn't go for too much for looting. Because some of them, yeah, Loki example here, got himself some sniper rifle and level 3 of vest. He definitely got himself quite luxurious loot going on. But the rest of the teammate, I think Andrew was just trying to find vehicle and caught himself in the hands of G-Lab, who happened to be passing by at the very exact moment. But we do have a bit of a southern circle. I don't know how much south can we go for today, but the one that really on the southern part of everything else is going to be Hyena Ravenwood. They really struggle to adapt.
Yeah, in these form of conditions, when you have such high artillery units coming in from all the opponents, like, you need to sharpen up your guns in order to actually match up to that. I think at least we see them really try nonetheless for today as compared to, a couple of all these instances where they're playing too passive and then eventually getting caught out just like that. That is the worst way to go out. But for what we've seen out of Hyena Ravenwood, yeah, it's been probably a total of 20 games already by now. The average here is close to 1 point per round, but like, you need to ensure that if you want to stay afloat, you got to make it 5. And how are you going to do that? You got to figure out for yourself.
Yeah, but speaking of which, even though, yeah, we do have next week still for the teams down there, but if you are the last place, you don't want to build up the tension between the players and the team itself, within the team itself, and the pressure mounting on your shoulders, knowing for the fact they have to do whatever it takes, then they must be in top 5 for next week. But you look at these guys, the top 5 is no joke. We're talking about these guys. If you compare to last season, this season is just such a huge leap compared to... And that last season was like, what, 3 months ago?
Yeah,
not even, and how can they possibly change so much within just short amount of time?
Yeah, up to now, nobody really had answers for that. While 2 fights are taking place at the same time, and FV, they will be able to get those numbers in their favor as we see some of all these players pushing up the hill, and immediately we see Magna Revians losing out of that. Spoggle finds one, tagging onto exit, whereas Mal, he gets spotted out from afar. Oh boy, that's one hell of a shot coming in from across the hill. My goodness, that was quite something.
Incredible feat, yes. But that costly for Magna here. Lavitholi Soya, and also we do have Hyena Ravenwood waiting at the other end. It is a great opportunity for them to start to open fire because Magna only left with 1 player, while AV charging into the circle, maybe taking a bit of a longer rotation, knowing for the fact they might actually be gatekept. You can see they made a bit of U-turn just now. G-Lab challenging on just to take a fight here. Will they just ignore this, or will they just gonna pull over and take up the challenge? No, they're just gonna, you know what, we don't have time for you. But Loki, on the other hand, as per usual, is going solo this time, trying to find 4 kills and trying to find something to work by himself, finding those pick off 1 by 1.
Tax now being shot over on the side of Mewtwo as he's going to be able to stay afloat, but inside of the valleys we are spotting Cute Loki to be knocked down. A little bit of pickoffs happening all across the map as all the teams are going on rotation. Now, YG, they've already lost 1 from the get-go when they're thinking where to turn back to save his teammate, Boyshawn. Still overlooking the hills. This is not entirely safe going in for Martin Boy. So, I'm not sure if that's the wisest move, but KE looking pretty sharp as they play through Minas Generalis.
We do know Minas Generalis will be a very tough circle as well. Yeah, we've seen it multiple times, but the terrain itself speaks so much for the players. If you want to get the high grounds, they should go now. KE with Bro next to them. But this is the thing about KE, right? Surprisingly, I see it very different every single time they play and fighting against a team. They love to separate themselves far and wide. But sometimes they just overstep themselves into boundaries of another team and caught themselves in a trap between two. I just hope that's not the case this time for KE, because firepower-wise, they're definitely one of the top teams out there.
True enough, and I think like a few things need to be assessed by some of these players coming here from Harami Bros, because this is the second time that we see Few getting caught out very early on. Sure, he is the leader of the pack, but in order to lead the way, you also need to ensure that you prioritize your own safety in order to be able to scout out about. Now, 3 of these members from the side of Harami Bros will be camping inside of the factory buildings. Shots now being fired upon Devon. He's forced to hug that wall for the time being. And battling this one from the lower grounds definitely will be a significant challenge for the rest of KE. So perhaps now that they have vehicles of their own, they ought to bail out if they want to, but they're more interested in this fight.
Yeah, they definitely won the high grounds here for a reason. Maybe one of it is because of the circle itself. But on the side of Harami Bro, all they need to do is play defense for a bit longer. But you mentioned about some players being eliminated way too early. In that case, it's going to be few just now. But APG also lost exit multiple times. The first one to go out. But the pixel shot coming from Shroud will not miss. Remarkable giving spot fire from the flank side. This is going to be easy if APG know how to wrap around. But the problem is the blue zone is not on their side. They're way deep into it. And it starts to hurt now, especially if you got gunned down and left with only 1 HP there. With the third stage will chuck down almost 1% of HP for now, 0.8 to be exact, if I'm not mistaken. But rest of APG, they still have time to loot up these boxes if they need to. They need those health utilities, but I'm not sure if they do have any in those boxes. If they don't, then oh man.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a rough journey for them to traverse from the southern end. So many teams just waiting around Minas Generalis, and these two are still not budging from that elevated spot. As we're looking at some of these players just hugging on towards the graveyard sector, but there is a chase going on between Sonic as well as Spoogle. So I don't think it's still a wise decision for the rest of APG to pick up the fight, because now it draws attention coming in from Vipers, and they set up this bait and trap that Sonics will have to bypass, and they did spot out the rest of APG as well. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They crash into a wheat stack and immediately crashing out of the game as they have nothing left to even offer.
They don't have any health items as well. But back to a side of YG, that's them being eliminated in the hands of TGOA. We'll have them back for TGOA. It's been a while we've seen them in any kill feed or in any camera ops in that certain aspect. But at least this time we get to see them a bit more longer. As TGOA spotted out Viper's clan crossing over the other side of the hills. They definitely want to go for the chase, but Vipers, just now we witnessed how they just put the chase down to a stop with that trap. Playing along, you know, giving the mindset that, yeah, we're losing, we're running, but actually you're walking straight into their lair.
Yeah, and, you know, this season itself, we are looking at APG really having struggles of their own, and is it the reason why that maybe with the change of the in-game leader, that Zero no longer is with the team, that this team starts to lose their identity?
Oh,
It really baffles me on how huge this shift is.
I'm gonna disagree with that, honestly speaking. Even though, yeah, we're looking at Devon, IGL for KE, trying to shut down HWG. We're gonna get back to that. Devon will he actually go for it? But the rest of KE a bit separated, with Cole running around, avoiding the fights. They get himself with those damage sprayed by Falcon. But PBE do want to land themselves on the high ground. So back to us the side of APG, right? They did brilliantly when it comes to day number 1, but I feel like they're really relying too much on Exit. And Exit have been a lot of solo play by himself, a bit isolated from the rest of the team, and caught himself off guard every single time for the past few days.
Yeah, and now Shroud has to play this one by his own, though he is also a veteran member inside of Anchor PUBG. He's usually the backbone of the team, then the one that always leads the way. So I think this definitely will be a struggle for the Cambodian team to be able to actually pull through, with every other teams having majority of, at the minimum, 3 players left intact. So Anchor PUBG absolutely outnumbered right now with still 50 players on the block, including Shroud himself. So Shroud, he's just stuck in between. Falcon as well as Viper is staging on the prowl over on top. Shroud's got to take this fight. So he's got to clear this entire sector here. Meanwhile, Goblin's the one that's getting a shot on the receiving end. Here comes Shroud pushing forward. He's going to be able to land those shots, and there we go. Anchor PUBG makes it 4 points.
Shroud placing himself in the pits just now, not realizing by Vipers, and that's a golden opportunity for him to actually go in with those DBS to put up to work. But Falcon, on the other hand, caught himself in every worst way possible. Left, right, center, you name it. All the shots coming out for him. CFU, on the other hand, got himself quite a compound to work with, but now bridged in by Falcon as well. Greeted by support with a big nade coming in. A second one even. D2Y on the ground still. PBE waiting for the right time to steal it away. But we do have some players finish off by Playzone. PBE now starts to butt into this business.
And CFU, they're just hoping to actually find a great flanking position where Chanlong is starting to actually pick up the slack here as he managed to get the revive onto D2Y, but instead he will be caught out by another angle coming in from Sin. Evil taps him down on the ground, so Falcon, they are just being suppressed, just hugging by the corner of the upcoming circle. Time is of the essence, and I don't think these vehicles can actually do them justice as well. D2Y, they're just basically taking time reviving each other. While CFU, they finally get a little bit more vision, climbing upwards, and Hang seals the deal.
It's going to be tough for Falcon. Feels like they're losing their momentum for the entire day here. But on the side of APG, Shroud is playing big brains here, trying to do this by himself, and it's not an easy task at that. Have to hike up and have to deal with the entirety of PBE now rushing straight into his place. We'll pop a couple of smokes just in case they start to rush in. He's preparing himself with those DBS. But the problem is, it's an open space where they don't have places to hide. And then Shroud, like it or not, he have to force himself to take the fight either way. Hoping the shots will land, but it's not going to be enough compared to the sprays of PBE that secures and ended up the run for APG in day number 4.
Yeah, I think it's still remarkable for what they have been able to do in the early game to establish a little bit more of that result, sealing it with 5 points to close out the night. Anchor PUBG really didn't have much to work around with at that meantime. We are seeing CFU losing their vehicle, losing their members as well to the likes of FB MPX. It's just an open field here for them to just spray upon. And CFU just stuck in a really bad spot. I mean, only one more member behind, and that is support. But support can't even battle it out. There is going to be Sin members right across the fields too.
You start to find top of that smoke is going to be Avi. Holy Lanju trying to pick up one of their members, which is going to be Moy. Bro start to take the fight against KE on a different angle entirely. Holy Lanju hoping the barricade of these vehicles will last him long enough. But FV marching into this compound. We do have Ravenwood coming up from the lower grounds, but they want to get as high places as possible. You do have CFU playing, finally being finished off in the last minute. And Bro still taking a fight against KE. I'm not sure what's happening on the other end, but TGOA, they're having a good run in this last map. Same goes for PBE. But at the same time, they don't have the grounds they wish for. PBE Cools realize, yeah, I do have the high grounds, but now I have to go down the hill due to the circle shifted away from them. And this is where a lot of chaos will happen, because look at the crowd around the southeast of the map itself. We have 4 or even 5 to 6 teams here.
Yeah, and PBE, remember on the final round yesterday, they've been able to do so much damage. there are once again the late bloomers heading into Myanmar to take the high grounds, wrap around the edges, and look for those picks. Now, setting their eyes upon the members of Sin. They spot out the monster truck, but still couldn't really find an angle against Holy Lanju. While FB pushes forward, this is going to be that perfect opportunity for them to strike. And Art, he finds 2 members. This is just phenomenal stuff coming out of FV. But they're pretty much spread apart. They cannot afford to run too far out in the open. And they won't do so, but Raul, they will eventually find a pick. And Raul, he's already getting 6 by himself.
He's just pulling off all the weight for the entire team. DD Magics that can nowhere be near safe here, but Art is, Art is actually just next to him. But the problem is the moment they revive and just try to pick themselves back up the pieces, where to hide? It's so open, it's too much for them to take the fight against all the ones that are having those high grounds. We're talking about PBE, Sin, Harame Bro even, Avi stuck in between it and all eyes onto them. We do have TGO coming up from the back line. Now, this is going to be the game changer here, because if they start to compress from the back end, that's where all the other teams start to realize they have to shift their attention. But PBE just rushing straight into Sin's face, and Holy Lanju responded swiftly to that.
Yeah, and he's still having full health to work with while his members are also limping on the ground. PBE, they might have actually botched their attempt now with Bomb Boy being on the floor itself. So cool. He's just going to drive past some of all these teams in order to regroup with the rest of his teammates to bring the fight even closer against FV.
Cool decided now he needs to go and reposition himself, but in the meantime, they got the high grounds. It will not willingly leave it by. TGOA still got 1 tree in between, couple of vehicles, smoke up even. But at least they have another spare UAZ. It already exploded at this point. Damage with a Mini 14. Spotted out Dale. Scope him down and tried to slowly tap it out. But Dale almost got discovered by his legs just sticking out from where his hiding spot is. Ramage realized he's going nowhere with this position. He needs to reposition him to the point that he can actually see what's going on at the other side of those hills. Spotted out PBE. Cool's not aware of this. The taps goes on. Almost got half of the HP down, but the Blues are ticking in. They don't have a choice. They have to push forward, and this is where things get to go down in crumbles. TGOA being shut down by Harame Bro, and maybe even helped by FV and PBE at the same time.
Yeah, they were pressured by the zone, and at the very same time, we saw MH was only left with 1 first aid, and it's not going to be able to cut it, even if they were to play it really slowly by walking on foot. And that gamble still managed to secure them a total of an 8th place finishing, at say the very least. So, not really seeing all too much out of TLOA, but PBE, they really have all the firepower in the world to really flush FV away from that prior position. And now they just absolutely take charge over the top side, but there is still another party over the top end of the field that they need to deal with. KE still trying to seek out some of these angles against Harame Bro, just trying to tap it across some of all these small little shacks in order to keep himself protected. Meanwhile, Kaya moving on open grounds to spot members out of Asia Esports, and Popov is the one that he needs to look out for if he wants to hold his position.
Feels like also Esports is challenged by this. Their pride being scratched by these guys as KE keep on pressuring them with those throwables. And they replied, you want to fight, we're going to go for a fight. And Skynet definitely taking the front line here with Kaya. Barely making it in, but Skynet having just a tiny pick, and that's more than enough to make sure that Kaya's on his knees. The top will want to help his teammate with the support fire at the back line, but it's a bit too low with Popov coming up from the flank side, finish off Kaya straight away. But PBE still having those high grounds. They can see through the small windows and small doors where the warehouse is, but KE very ambitious taps.
Yeah, from long range as well, KE has been able to deal significant damage, whereas Bros, they're kind of stuck into this small little area where Troll is currently pushing forward. Those grenades are starting to deal a little bit more. So Harame Bro, they need to find a way to fight back, and they're all being stuck inside the shelter, and there's so little room for them to actually work with Hill. Fights the bullet, and there is going to be another one to fall. One more left, and Troll is just gonna arrive to the scene, and eventually having the final shot coming in from Cool to shut off the entirety of Harami Bros, and PPE stays alive.
Quick thinking coming up from Cool to switch over to DBS in the very small amount of time, saving the grace of PB in the last minute. But for the side of Heavy, I'm surprised they lasted this long this time. Same goes for Ravenwood. We haven't seen so much of them. Now the bottom teams can secure this one. They do have the firepower. They have the man numbers as well. But also Esports going unscathed, untouchable for now. With the distance between them divided by the road, while FV forcing themselves straight into Ravenwood's place. Odd, on the other hand, can get himself some space to just have a bit of a reset and try to slowly sneak in. But Roll, this is too much at risk!
Oh!
And Wak Jung just shut them down with a nade knocking on 2.
This is the perfect scenario, and Ravenwood finds themselves into the top 5, still having a full stack advantage here. Meanwhile, PBE takes on another fight. KE shrouded by the smoke. Top is already on the ground, all down to Floyd Sean, and the damage has been done. Members of PBE being annihilated left, right, and center. It's really down to Devon right now to be the saving grace of the team. Top having solo help, but KE stays alive with these two members. Not too much to be seen out of Austria when it comes down to the numbers of kills that they've been getting, but they stay into a very favorable position right now for them to eventually get a chicken dinner of their own. So they've already assessed shots fired over the North Point, and there's a few more parties coming in from Ravenwood that made a little bit of noise, so they can slowly play this one out. Austria Esports, 3 members here, and Game Labs. I haven't really seen a glimpse of Game Labs. Where are they?
They're just next to Osja Esports across the street as well, but it's down to the next circle really. When it comes to the last circle, there's no more circle there is. But PBE still left with one more player, Momboy. But it's just too open. There's no way for him to pick out. The only way for him to just wait it out and let these 3 big teams fighting against each other. Ravenwood, this time they have a full squad to work with. They outnumbered the other 2, but it's all down to whether they want to open fire first. The moment they start to open fire, all attentions will be on their side. So they don't want that to happen. On the side of G-Lab, on the other hand, they spotted Adores of Osja, definitely aware and alert themselves, having their guard up, but not willing to give any sort of exchange of bullets just yet. So Puff couldn't sit quietly anymore, start to reposition himself and prep the entire team to just go for G-Lab first.
Just once again, we're looking at a barren landfill with not much as cover, and immediately Ranzer gets tapped from afar, and that's going to be Game Labs here, suppressing any form of movements. But Pop ensured that they will be responded in kind. Instead, Raven was the one that actually catches one off. Momboy have already had his position revealed. Now, Austria Esports has got the grand idea of how to assess this final zone, but the trouble remains all these teams needing to push forward into the final stage. And over the top side, Momboy, how much can he do all alone?
2 Pro on the other end in the same boat as Momboy, and spot out Hardy the hat. He steals it away for the tap, but he whiffed it. He'll finally finish off the job and not going to go down easily. 6 eliminations by G11 for now. And now giving the pressure and just warning off Osja Esports not to push here. But Osja is not taking that warning for now, as we do see Ravenwood start to fire on them as well. And PBE start to fire, but Puff finished the job. Well done. Secures 8 on the side of PBE. Momboy still making sure he tried to steal as much as possible. But I'm not sure if Ravenwood can spot a Momboy from there on.
I don't really think so. And oh, yes, they do. Zapple ensures that he does not cross the street. Now the fight begins. Austria, Ravenwood, tree versus tree. But every member of Ravenwood is inside of the smokes. They can't really see a thing. And Pop, this is the best performance of the day. And he's just suppressing the advancement of the rest of Ravenwood, even with the buggy being shattered out. So it's really down to Wak Jung on whether or not can he actually find the flank, but he's also being stuck, and there's nowhere to go. Austria Esports takes the final chicken dinner of this Saturday run.
Oh man. Osja Esports We didn't get to see them fighting against GE, but at least we get to see them fighting against Hyena Ravenwood, who's so close again. Having a shot for those chicken dinner for the second time of the day. I have to say, Ozja Esports, we can see that one coming, but for Hyena Ravenwood, an improvement indeed when it comes to day number 4 in week 1.
Yeah, and they finally see the light at the end of the tunnel yet again, and they are definitely poised to secure themselves solidly within the top 5 ratios. But this game really was quite tricky for a lot of the teams to really assess. I think the biggest performer out of the many here for this final map was PBE until they ran into a stumbling block, being stuck over the top end of the hill, and there's just too much of that pressure that surmounted them into compromising that much earlier on. So no matter the case, Momboy still managed to hold out for very, very long, but all eyes were on Skyden from Ozja Esports doing so much damage in order to keep every other team by the corner of the map.
With 2 eliminations, it just shows how many teams are there. You saw how open that map was when it comes to the last few circles. You know, they thought it's going to be the high grounds at first. I have to agree, PBE coming down from those high mountains just now in an open space, including our V in between there somewhere. They barely make it out. Whoever got himself high places just now definitely digging themselves a grave because it was so difficult to climb down. Whilst on the side of Ozja Esports, they were not that greedy. They stay as low as possible, trying to find for the compound first, knowing for the fact there's going to be a 50-50 chance of that circle will be going towards their side. But GE Lab also coming up from this day particularly, they have been doing really great for the past 2 days, yesterday and today.
Yeah, and I definitely love to see these form of improvements coming in from the teams that have been struggling in the earlier games that they played out. And true enough, when you don't have GE on board, there's just a world of possibilities out there that you see. First, Ravenwood down, Jersey top to finish. So position-wise, absolutely a huge step up. And you know, all they have to do now is to work on the firepower. Meanwhile, a lot of the teams started off those fights very early on in very unfavorable positions. We last saw Viper's APG doing that, and none of them actually made it out alive to actually tell the tale into the top 10.
Yep, look at this map itself, right? This is just so open space. There's only a couple of vegetations in between and nothing else for them to take cover. But this time, we talk about PBE going really great. I love the fact that my eyes onto Hyena Raven, even though we do have Ozja Esports getting those chicken, but that's within our expectations. But on the side of Hyena Raven, this is the first time ever I'm looking at them getting more than 3 eliminations in the map. And I'm super proud. They start to realize they got nothing else to lose.
Yeah, and a stack of 12 points here are definitely giving them a little bit more of a light at the end of the tunnel in order to really move up in terms of positions. Of course, tomorrow, with 4 maps for them to play, if they can put the same level of performance that they have right now, I do see that there is a chance that we will get Ravenwood into the grand finals, if that's the case.
I'm just hoping that will be true, but by the end of this 2 weeks league, which we do have week number 2 next week, there's going to be 4 teams relegated by the end of the day still. But so far, we're back towards our main topic, GE. 202, look at the gap. West Point Mumbai were playing in the last map and nowhere near to catching up, but they are the only team with 1 chicken that places themselves in the top 3.
That's right, and currently the ones that is other than GE that has a lot of chicken dinners is Ozja Esports as FOD, where Ozja have just gotten this shot into chasing up against West Point Mamba as well with this significant performance inside of Myanmar. So it's a perfect run coming in from Ozja nonetheless, although today we don't really see them all too much heading into a final fight, and finally what they do, they have been able to yield results. And take a look at Game Labs. They've climbed up to 11 and they are about to reach the first page really soon, and trailing right behind PBE is possibly one of the teams that have been able to really shoot all the way up from the bottom.
I mean, between these three teams, G, Lab, PB, and HW, they have been swapping their places just between themselves for the entire day, honestly speaking. We've seen that. But the one that I want to mention was the start of the day, we have YG on the second place, but they've been pushed down so hard and so much. They barely can catch up right now. What else can we say about Team Summary other than 2 letters, GE?
Yeah, just let it ring. GE, 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 GE. You know, like it's if you're Chinese, it's basically 2 brothers, right? Good. Don't mind me with my silly jokes, but this team absolutely are no pushovers, no jokes at all, because that damage numbers is absolutely matching up to some of the top teams in the world.
Man, we're not done with GE yet. They even have to squeeze into our season's MVP race. We don't see nearby John FOD player who used to be last season MVP race nowhere near here, because Royale is surprisingly he maintained his spot at second place. Master Ichi, I think Smile was here in the first place yesterday, but taken over by Master Ichi, so they're the only one that can actually bring GE down is among themselves, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. That is basically the case. And you look at the damage ratios, right? Everybody is putting an average of 7,000. You just minus that 300 off of Master Ichi, and you contribute it to West Small, and of course one of their members was probably sitting at 5th spot. Then, yes, you will have each of these members who could potentially secure 7 kills per round. Imagine.
Oh man, what a day. I mean, like, do they even have to play tomorrow for GE? I don't think they even necessarily have to play tomorrow, but I do want to see when it comes to tomorrow, can they make the same hat-trick, or maybe even more, make it 4 at that. If they actually did, they're breaking the history of Wildcard. I don't know if, I've heard once there's gonna be, there was once that one team did manage to secure 4 maps in a day for those chicken, right? It's impossible for us to see GE getting a 5, since they will sit out 1 game. That's going to be Sunhawk, which they didn't get any chicken from Sunhawk in this entire week 1. And speaking of tomorrow, your expectations for tomorrow, I mean, like, I wish somebody to knock the shoes off for GE just to have a bit of contest in it.
Yeah, I want to see this to be a competition that remains competitive. And for that, I second that as well. So there is more homework to be done for the teams that are competing in order to have that chance to get maximum points to end week 1, and of course bring those points forward into the next week itself. So for those that didn't really have the best of performance, we still see them starting to get the hang of the competition already. So that is great sign, Choo-Choo, that every step of the way the quality keeps improving.
Well, we will sit on it and we will sleep on it when it comes to who will contest GE for tomorrow. But this is the wrap for day number 4. We're left with only 1 more day to go when it comes to week number 1. But it's gonna be a wrap for us. Thank you so much for today, guys, that's sticking with us, and thank you so much for your feedback. They're really helping us as well. Hope to see you guys again for tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't go anywhere, because tomorrow maybe somebody will take number 1 spot. I don't know. Maybe. Bye.
Bye.